7 p.m. Everyone, hello. We're going to call the meeting to order. It is 7 p.m. It's the June 24th City Council meeting. And first is the call to order and the roll call. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Here.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martin.
Here.
Mayor Vaterlos.
Here. And we'll do the salute to the flag led by Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have two special presentations. The first special presentation is the Home for All Community Engagement Program Summary Report. Senior Planner Christian Murdoch, along with Bill Lowell from the San Mateo County, will provide an update on Home for All via a PowerPoint presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Senior Planner Christian Murdoch from the Planning Department. I led the city's team through the community engagement process we're summarizing this evening. I'm pleased to be joined by Bill Lowell from the County of San Mateo. Bill has decades of experience working in the field of affordable housing policy and development and is the former director of the county's Department of Housing. At the outset, we recognize we're confronting an unprecedented challenge with respect to housing availability, housing security, and housing affordability. It's a complex regional issue that requires partners across all levels of government and with the business community. Perhaps most importantly, with housing also being a local issue, we need to partner with our residents and community organizations as well. With that in mind, the County of San Mateo has stepped up and provided great leadership on the issue of housing over the past several years. Not only has the county made significant financial investments in affordable housing projects, the county has also led the formation of a new process to talk about housing known as Home for All. Bill will walk us through the Home for All program, and I'll follow with a summary of Pacifica's participation.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me here and for the nice introduction. So it is a pleasure to see you again. I'm wondering where the spread of food is. We're used to that at our meetings, but that's all right. I wanted to just provide a minute of background on the Home for All initiative for those who are not familiar with it. So Home for All it was started as a collaborative within the county, the cities, nonprofits, for-profits, schools, you name it. We've tried to get everyone at the table who has an interest in looking at our housing situation and looking at possible solutions to deal with some of our issues. And so, there we go. We are a collaborative that is county-led. So one of the reasons, I won't take you through too many slides, but just a couple, especially for those who might not be familiar. One of the reasons that Home for All came into being was there was a task force a few years ago called the Jobs Housing Imbalance Task Force, and it was looking at some of our issues. And this kind of paints the picture a little bit. Since the Great Recession, since 2010 through 17, the county, overall, county writ large, added about 83,000 jobs, but only 7,100 housing units. And we already had a tight housing market, so we can see in part where the problem lay. One of the challenges that we deal with in Pacifica and throughout the county is a land use challenge. And people are they have an inkling of this, but they're sometimes surprised to see the amount to which about 3/4 of our land in the county is dedicated to either permanent open space, agriculturally zoned, or parks. Of the quarter that is developable, about 2/3 of the current homes in the county are single-family homes. Looking at this and many other challenges, what Home for All has tried to do is approach this through four ways. One is in terms of funding, helping local communities with funding, helping through County General Fund also to provide funding for new housing. So since Home for All began, about $110 million has been allocated by the county for housing approaches in the county, and the Board of Supervisors last week approved another $50 million for the next 2-year cycle. Also, we try to help in housing policies. So there's a few of us who are working on Home for All at the county, and we work together with the cities and all of our partners around what housing policies make the most sense for an individual city and may also help to facilitate some of the solutions that we're looking at. Land is a huge issue. The prior graphic made clear. We're limited in the county. We have to be very clever about how we use and reuse our land, and we try to help find approaches for that. And then where I come in is on the community support. So one of the things that we say that we need in terms of making any new housing is the funding, the land, good policies. We also need community support. And so this year, I've been coordinating our engagement efforts around the county. What we do is, this graphic shows we've been working in a number of cities, together with the cities, together with all of our partners that I mentioned before, to basically try to have more people involved in the discussion at all levels, and to have a kind of mutual education going on where there is a dialogue where residents are learning from each other, the city from its residents, and vice versa, all of this to produce a better dialogue. We sometimes say there's a debate and there's dialogue, and there's time for the debate, often our planning commission meetings or other venues like that, but there's also a time for dialogue where we try to understand what's important to each other, what do we want our city to look like in 5, 10, 20 years. Those are some of the things that we're trying to get at. And in the course of that, sort of build all the skills all around of having people know what the issues are, having people know from each other what their values are. So we've worked with 4 cities last year. This spring, we worked with Pacifica, San Mateo, and Brisbane. And we are really tremendously grateful. I think Christian is going to talk about the effort here specifically, but I wanted to give a big shout out to the council and to staff and to many groups like the Pacifica Collaborative that helped us with our outreach. And we indeed did get many new people at our meetings who had never been part of any civic process before, and we're really pleased by that. And we hope it serves the city well in the future. I'm going to turn it back to Christian. But I do want to let you know that we are starting to see some success. This is countywide. I'll leave you with this. The jobs housing gap numbers I showed you before was a gap of about 24 to 1. So in other words, 24 new jobs for every new housing unit. Over the last few years, that's decreased to 12 to 1. 12 to 1 is actually, in the planner's world, is still a very challenging number. Not a great number, but we are pleased that it's half of what it was a few years ago due to a number of things that have happened. So with that, I will offer my thanks again for being part of the process here, for being warmly welcomed. And I just want to say that we noticed, in particular in Pacifica, people coming to meetings early and ready to talk and ready to continue talking, and it was just the most wonderful atmosphere, which we truly appreciated. And the other thing I'll leave you with is, while the formal part of this is over at the moment, I sometimes say we're kind of like a bad cold. We're hard to get rid of, and so we look forward to continuing to work with the city on all of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And so the city's application to the county for the Home for All program highlighted some of the significant housing factors we've seen affecting our residents. They're shown on your screen. In general, increasing housing prices, people being displaced, and increases in those living in vehicles and elsewhere on the street. We established several goals as part of this process that we hoped would guide our efforts and guide the outcomes that we were striving for with the Home for All program, to broaden the shared understanding of who lives and works in Pacifica and how the current housing situation affects the community, identify priorities, values, and principles that can guide the city's upcoming planning efforts, and build community capacity to have inclusive and informed dialogue about housing. The Home for All approach focuses on bringing together a broad range of community members with an emphasis on bringing into the discussion those who may not typically attend city meetings. The program as it is now is structured to have 2 meetings, or what we prefer to call community conversations. The second community conversation is intended to build on themes identified at the first. The community conversations rely on a meeting design developed and tested by the county and Common Knowledge, in particular with those pilot cities from last year. The community conversations emphasize building a baseline of common factual knowledge about housing and then allowing people to share their housing experiences with one another. Food is also fundamental, as Bill mentioned earlier, to the community conversations. It helps people relax and connect on a different level. As part of this process, we undertook extensive outreach to try to reach new audiences in the community, and our efforts included pop-ups, social media outreach, email blasts, and community presentations. Pretty much anybody that would listen, we'd go there and talk to them about Home for All. And I think the numbers speak for themselves in terms of the turnout that we received and the interest that was expressed by the community. On April 13th, we had more than 80 residents and business owners attend our first meeting at the Pacifica Community Center. It was a breakfast meeting, and so that was a lovely opportunity to share a nice sunny morning together with our community. Our second meeting was on May 21st. This was an evening meeting at Ingrid B. Lacey Middle School. We had a lovely dinner in that case, and we were able to conduct the meeting in Spanish and English through an interpreter, broadcasting to headsets worn by Spanish-speaking participants, as well as through the use of bilingual English and Spanish table facilitators. And that might be a first for City of Pacifica meetings, and we're proud of that. We're also very proud to be the first Home for All participant to exceed its first meeting attendance at the second meeting. So we had between 80 and 90 participants at the first meeting and over 90 at the second meeting. The takeaways that we heard as city staff and many of you on the council and planning commission that attended, we received extensive feedback from the 2 conversations. We heard that people feel the strain of high housing costs. We've heard that people are experiencing displacement across Pacifica, and people are worried about staying in Pacifica and whether their children can raise their families here. We put together more than 20 pages of table notes. Those notes, as well as the presentations and other information from the first 2 conversations, are on the cityofpacifica.org/Pacifica Connects webpage. We encourage everybody to take a look at that. But other key takeaways were more positive. Pacificans are eager to talk about housing, as Bill mentioned. There's interest and energy to build housing. Many people talked about that at the conversations. And they really want the city to explore options which reflect the community's values, preserving open space, exploring infill, mixed use and accessory dwelling units, and housing solutions that expand vibrancy and diversity, both economic, racial, and age diversity, and that improve walkability for our community. And so where do we go from here? We're taking the information gathered from the community conversations very seriously. As many of you know, we have this process underway now called Plan Pacifica. That's the umbrella that we've put our general plan update and local coastal program update underneath, as well as the new Sharp Park specific plan that we're working on. And we've taken that feedback and we're working on the best ways to incorporate that community feedback into the policies and values that are expressed through those plans under Plan Pacifica. We encourage everybody to visit planpacifica.org to learn more about what the city's doing with these updates. Most immediately, we have scheduled 5 community meetings to share more information about Plan Pacifica. We've located these meetings in neighborhoods across the city in the hopes of making it convenient, more convenient than many of our past city meetings, going out to the neighborhoods so that folks hopefully can take the opportunity to participate. Those meetings with an asterisk on the screen will have childcare at no cost for meeting attendees, for those that are potty trained, typically ages 3 years and older. While the meetings will have slightly more focus on the neighborhood where they're being held, the meetings will be general enough for everybody to get value out of it, and everybody is welcome from any neighborhood to come to any of the meetings. We just ask that if you can, you go to planpacifica.org to RSVP. It'll help us with our counts for the food that we're ordering. And so as I wrap up, I don't want to miss the opportunity to acknowledge those who were instrumental in making our Home for All experience successful. The county staff and Common Knowledge, the county's consultant, so Bill Lowell, Peggy Jensen, Caleb Smith, Jackie Nunez, as well as Susan Clark and William Cooley, and city staff on my team, Josh Montemayor and Bonnie O'Connor, as well as from Parks, Beaches, and Recreation, Sydney Bliss and Beth Phipps, who helped organize our child care services. And our community partners, as Bill mentioned, the Pacifica Collaborative, thank you so much, and the Resource Center as well, and our faith community. Everybody came together to get the information out and to encourage people to come. And of course, our residents, thank you for finding time to come. We're all busy, you especially, and so thank you for finding the value and importance for coming to the meetings. We had many people who had never come to a city meeting before, and that was really rewarding for our community outreach efforts. And despite the potentially charged topic, there were genuine, fruitful conversations across all the tables at both meetings on the topic of housing and how to move this issue forward in Pacifica. So thank you again to Council for the opportunity to present, and thank you to Bill and the county for your tremendous support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council?
Well, I just really want to say thank you. It was such a great experience, being able to walk into a space like that where everybody's sharing information with each other very respectfully. And for me, being from here, I was born and raised here, and to walk into a room where I don't know everybody is a really good thing. So the outreach that the city did was fantastic. And so we should just be proud of ourselves. And I look forward to what we can do with the information. I know some of the people that I work with, specifically at the Pacifica Collaborative, they don't really understand how much it takes to actually get affordable housing built in a community, and so we're looking for some information about that, and we can have some presentations moving forward. So that also came from those conversations. So there's always a ripple effect, and we just need to keep sharing the information. So thanks a lot.
Deirdre.
Thanks, Christian. Thanks, staff and the county. I agree with everything that Mary said. So is some of this data going to be shared at the meetings that we're going to be having for the general plan?
Absolutely. So part of our presentation will be to summarize some of the key themes that we identified during Home for All, and where we can, in the confines of the format that we have, also explain how we can generate new policies or adjust the current policies that we have to support those community priorities. It's a really helpful baseline to have going into the Plan Pacifica process, to hear the interest and the energy in the community about learning more about housing and discussing solutions about housing.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's very important. It was neat when we were walking around as council members. We weren't allowed to participate. We were walking around listening. It was interesting to hear people disagree but still be sitting at the same table breaking bread. And I think, like you said, food was a very big part of that. So it was a great forum. It was a great venue. And the only other thing that I would suggest, and I'm sure it's going to happen, is that the unhoused task force also gets this information as well, because I think it's going to be key for their efforts to hear about our values and things like that. Thanks very much.
I was only able to attend the second meeting, and my observations echoed what you were saying, and also what I had heard about a previous process that we had with our rent committee that met. One of the values that came out of that from a participant who was involved with that was the civil conversations, the opening of dialogue, and it was something that I was hopeful would happen through this process, and I'm further hopeful will carry forward into our local coastal program, general plan update, et cetera. And so the dates that you gave us, those are on the city website for people to...
They are on the planpacifica.org website, yes.
Terrific, thanks.
Yeah, I would also like to commend staff. It was excellent participation. Also, like Mary, saw a lot of people I didn't know. And it was really nice to get a lot of new faces and new opinions and new thoughts in there. So thank you to the staff that organized that.
And I met a young gentleman who just moved here 2 months ago and wants to be involved. And he came up to introduce himself, and it was really special because, he'd never been to anything before. And he came to the Home for All meeting, and it was great to talk to him. And he really enjoyed the whole process too. I had a hard time hearing people, but other than that.
Yeah, that was challenging.
It's tricky when you're walking around and people are talking, but a lot of the conversations, I agree. I heard people on totally opposite sides who were sitting at the table together and actually talking and not getting up and leaving.
Cordially.
Cordially. Good word. Thank you. Okay. The next item is a proclamation for Parks, Beach, and Recreations Month. And Mike, you want to come forward and all? Okay, so this is a long one. Just want everybody to know. The City of Pacifica proclaims July 2019 Parks Make Life Better Month, whereas Parks and Recreation promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity, and Parks and Recreation programs build healthy, active communities and are an integral part of communities throughout the county, including Pacifica. And whereas it is established through statewide public opinion research, 98% of California households visit a local park at least once a year, 2 in 3 households visit a park once a month, 50% of households participate in an organized recreation program, and most park use is with family and friends. And whereas parks provide access to the serenity and inspiration of nature and outdoor spaces to play and exercise, and parks preserve and protect the historic, natural, and cultural resources in our community. And whereas recreation fosters human development, providing positive alternatives for children and youth during non-school hours to reduce crime and mischief, thereby helping children and youth develop and grow into healthy and protective adults. And whereas Parks and Recreation offers places, spaces, and programs to facilitate social connections, human development, therapy, the arts, and lifelong learning for all ages. And Parks and Recreation strengthens community image, sense of place, and increases cultural unity. And whereas thousands of Pacificans of all ages benefit from the wide range of services provided by our child care, recreation, and senior services divisions, and whereas our community can enjoy programs, parks, beaches, and facilities which are provided and maintained by the Department of Public Works, the Parks, Beach, and Recreation Department, PB&R, and our many volunteers and Pacifica staff working together to build a healthy, inclusive, connected community through positive social and recreational experiences. And whereas Parks, Beach, and Recreation, PB&R's vision is to be our community focal point for recreation, life learning, human services, and promote good health and socialization for all ages, to provide programs and services that meet the needs of citizens of all ages in our community, to maintain assets that allow all ages to enjoy the bountiful parks, beaches, and trails in Pacifica's natural beauty. Whereas the City of Pacifica urges all of its residents to recognize that Parks and Recreation enriches the lives of its residents and visitors while adding value to the community's homes and neighborhoods. Therefore, be it resolved, the City of Pacifica hereby proclaims that Parks, Beach, and Recreation programs create a safer, stronger, healthier community, and declares July 2019 as Parks Make Life Better Month, and in doing so, challenges our citizens to get connected by taking advantage of our city parks, beaches, and recreation opportunities. Done this 24th of June, 2019. Mike, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. You didn't know we did so much, did you?
Yeah.
So I'm here, Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Department Director Michael Perez here, and I'm very proud to be here and representing some of our Parks, Beaches, and Recreation staff, our Parks Division for Public Works, and our Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commissioners, and they're all here. And I actually would like you all to stand up, maybe. That would be nice, all the staff that are here. These are all the people that provide the programs. These are our folks that provide programs. They take care of things. They're not only running around with the kids or working with our seniors, but they're fixing things, they're maintaining things, they're making sure that everything is okay so we can have very fun and safe recreational experiences throughout town. So on behalf of all these folks, our departments, I wanted to ask everyone to join us this July and just the summer in general, as we're have many recreational opportunities for folks, and we really feel that parks, beaches, and recreation are an important part of people's lives and that they make them better for sure. A few things that are happening because it's July is Parks Make Life Better month. The 4th of July, we'd like you all to come on down. I know you all look like runners. You can come down, join us for the Rocket Run at 9 a.m. on 4th of July. It leaves and departs from the community center and comes back there, maybe 30 minutes if you're really fast, maybe a couple hours if you're not. Also later that day on the 4th of July, 11 to 4, you can come up and enjoy music, fun, family, games, all kinds of stuff at the Frontierland Park. And our senior services are going to have a 4th of July luncheon on July 2nd. So that's really important. The community center will be closed on the 4th. They have Big Bucks Bingo every Wednesday from 1 to 3. They have rummage sales every other Wednesday and Thursday, starting at 9 to 2 p.m. And movie day on the big screen is Thursdays at 1. And they're going to be doing some special trips to the Coastside Museum, Clara Creek Water Treatment Plant, and the zoo this summer. You can call the Senior Center for more information. Childcare is going to be visiting the USS Hornet in Alameda, San Francisco Zoo, and Cole Canyon in Castro Valley. And Wild Things Incorporated will be stopping by for a special animal program at all our sites. And one of our sites, they just started last week, and they're going to be continuing going to Apple Store, and they're going to be doing some fundamentals of coding, and they get some hands-on with robots. They're going to be taking local walking trips to the beach, the farmers market, and Sea Bowl, and at the end of the summer, there's going to be barbecues at all our centers. The pool, great place to go for the summer, but it's indoors, so you can go all year long. But we really ramp up the programs for the kids. We have a very unique water camp program that we've been doing for many years, and there's 2 sessions in July that are 1 weeks, and we also have swim lessons mornings and evenings. The recreation swim is every day of the week this summer through August 5th, and that's every day, weekends, weekdays. At 1 o'clock, 3 p.m., you can go every day for swimming. We also have a 2 for Tuesdays where children that are paying can bring a friend for free, and that goes to the beginning of August. And every Wednesday, we have free rec swim for kids, which is sponsored by local businesses and service groups. Water polo for ages 8 and up. Youth is Thursdays at 7:30 at night. And the Sea Lions will have free tryouts at the end of every month, the last week of every month. Recreation Division, we've got at the Odsted School campus, we've got 3 groups that run Monday through Friday for our adventure camp, and you can sign up for 1 week, 2, 3, 4, the whole summer. We also have our adventure camp program at Fairmont Rec, located at the Esther Hall Neighborhood Center, starting on July 1st and running through the 2nd of August, and that's Monday through Fridays at 10:30 a.m. So, and also one of our final programs, an effort to help parents with the sort of extended summer break. This year we have a new camp, it's called End of Summer Days, and that's where we're going to be combining the best of our adventure camp and our Wet and Wild camp, and that's the week of August 5th. A lot of our staff go back to school, so the end of summer comes a little bit quicker for us sometimes. And then I wanted to say that summer is really a great time to get outside, get active, enjoy all the opportunities for a lot of self-directed activities, because not everybody needs to sign up for a class, but we've got places where you can take advantage. You can go on a walk or a ride on our scenic beach multi-purpose trail. You go to the Roy Davies Playground at Fairmont Park, go to Frontierland Park, check out the beaches. The pier right over here is a great place to go. And so I just wanted to thank everybody, again, our hardworking, dedicated staff for all their efforts in planning and preparing for the summer. And they do it all year long, let's be real about it. But we're going to celebrate July and the summer tonight. And we invite the community to get connected, and that is a tagline that we're using in Parks and Rec now. We want people to get connected to programs, get connected to events, services, opportunities, and the facilities that we have to offer here in Pacifica, and just join us for the 2019 Summer of Fun and Adventure. So, thank you.
Director Perez. So Park Beach and Rec it's the heart of our city. It really is. it touches everybody, all ages, everything, and it was such an honor to be a commissioner because I got to meet all the staff and got to learn all the ins and outs of the department, and it still feels like home. Like I went to pay for our booth for 4th of July, and I felt like I was going home. You know, we're just so lucky to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. Everyone in the PB&R department knows what they're doing. I mean, everybody can do other people's jobs, which is what I so love about Parks, Beaches, and Recreation. I grew up in PB&R just outside of Philadelphia, and I was eventually a counselor, and so I have mad respect for everything that you all do, and I was also a commissioner. So when I hear about all the things that are going on out there, and I just have so much respect for everyone, and I hope it's a great summer and everything's very successful. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mike?
I got a phone call today about Esplanade, and we also had a memo from the city manager. Can you tell everybody what's going on, being they're both Park and Rec?
For Esplanade?
Esplanade and Oddstad, because, oh, you don't want to talk about Esplanade?
Well, I was off work today. I started at 6 p.m., so I missed whatever email it was.
Well, what the plans are.
What's the what? The plans are for Esplanade?
Plans are, yes.
I'm unaware.
We've talked about a hardscape there because
Oh,
of the
yeah, I'm
maintenance
sorry.
of the
Are you
lawn.
talking about right out here in Sharp Park? Yeah, I was thinking Esplanade down there. Sorry. Yeah, we are, one of the CIP projects is a hardscaped area, and as you all know, the grass used to not have sand all over it, and there was an idea to maybe landscape the area, but it's kind of seen as, putting more landscaping out there. It would be a lot easier for maintenance and maybe create a gathering place that we could put a hardscaped area out there. Of course, we could have some additional landscaping things, but not as much as we have. And we're also the recipients of a grant for a fitness court, which is like an outdoor gym. And if anybody's been to the marina in San Francisco or Foster City, actually just out there, had one put in. So it's pretty cool, and that will be part of it. But designs aren't done yet. Right now we're working at getting some folks submitting bids to design the area. So we're not quite sure exactly what it will look like. But I think in terms of usefulness, practicality, and a little easier to maintain, we'll definitely have an improved area out there.
That's coming attractions, and then also Oddstad Park, we're going to be making some improvements there.
Yes, there will be, and it's very early to talk about that, but there'll be some new equipment going in there not too long from now.
Okay,
For
well,
sure.
I just thought you had.
And we also will be looking at a lot of our playgrounds this fiscal year, because another CIP project was playground improvements, which is probably going to be about a 3-year program, but there'll be a lot happening this year. with
Okay, I
that.
just thought you'd tell it, you had the podium, so I thought I'd give
thank
you
you.
the
And
chance
since I'm
to
at
talk.
the podium, I will say that, and they do not sing their own praises too much, and PB&R is definitely, we get a lot of credit for things, but really there's a lot of things that happen in the town and they don't get thanked enough for. That's the Parks Division of the Public Works and Public Works in general. And because they get called when there's things that are broken, they get called to take care of, fix things, and it's not all the time that they get, the credit that they deserve for doing the amazing job that they do, taking care of all our parks and our facilities and our beaches and everything. So I'm going to say thank you, because they're not good about pumping themselves up in that area. So we really appreciate all the work that they do.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say thanks for all that you guys do and the Public Works Park
Absolutely.
and Rec crew.
Thank you.
I want to echo what everyone else has said, and thanks for giving a shout out to Public Works, because I'm learning more and more about what they do as I'm liaison to the Beautification Advisory Committee. And so seeing how those interplay together is really opening my eyes. As a school district employee, I've certainly observed over the years the interplay between Parks and Rec and the school district, and how we serve the same constituency. We serve the same families, we serve the same kids, and I'm always so proud of the work that PB&R does in support of our children. And the other thing that I wanted to acknowledge is how focused we've been, PB&R has been, the commission has been on making sure that we have accessible beach access or shore access along Esplanade with that path. so that people who are wheelchair riders, people who have mobility issues, have an opportunity to participate, and it's just folded in. So to Mary's point about there's something for everybody, I really, I commend you.
Thank you.
And I've lived here since 1979. My kids all went to PB&R classes. My daughter was a counselor later, and she worked at daycare, and we've used PB&R for everything. Now that I'm a senior, I can the senior stuff too. But also, like what you were saying about Public Works and the parks. So while I was eating my dinner, I was reading Nextdoor, and on Nextdoor today they had something about the swings in Frontierland Park were cut, and they were cut today. Already, the swings are fixed. And that's an amazing feat to happen in any city. And I would like to commend all of you and Cindy Abbott for calling, because people didn't call in when it happened. But thank you all for getting that done. It's really important, and it was a dangerous thing. So thank you.
And just one last thing, I want to encourage people to come out to the commission meeting on Wednesday. There's a bike park study session, correct?
That's right. That's correct, yes.
Want to tell them like the time and everything?
The study session for the bike park will be at 6 o'clock. It'll be here, and a regular meeting will follow that at 7 o'clock. So open to the public, and if anybody wants any more information about it, they can contact us at the Park and Rec office.
Thank you. Picture?
Yeah.
Picture, Mike?
Yeah. Maybe we can get everybody up here, all the staff, come on up for a picture, please.
The next item is the consent calendar. I have no cards. Is there anything?
I'd like to remove item 3.
Okay. And I have no cards from the public to remove anything from consent. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item 3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Item number 3.
The reason I removed item 3 is this is the item that I voted no on last meeting, so I just wanted to be sure it's consistent. And the reason I voted no is I just don't want to set a precedent for small, potentially non-viable commercial spaces on there. I do think the developer's doing a very good job and being very generous in a lot of the public benefits that they are doing. However, I just don't like to set precedents for business zone, commercial units on Palmetto for mixed use that small.
Okay.
I can't make the motion.
Is there a motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve item 3 on the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Please vote. And that passes 4-1. Okay, next we have oral communications. We have a lot of people in the audience and very few cards. No, we have a lot of cards.
Let me revise that.
Okay, for oral communications, we have 2 cards. We have Lynn Adams, followed by Anita Reese.
Good evening. Nice to see you all. It's been a while. I just wanted to share a couple things with you. Number one, Janine Tech last week was very busy. We had 200 volunteers who cleaned Sharp Park, Beach End area, Rockaway District and beaches, Lindemar Beaches, San Pedro Shopping Center, Pedro Point Shopping Center, all the parking lots, and the community center, including the parking lots by the school, Cabrillo, across the street, and also the Quick Stop parking lot, and all the streets around that area. So it was pretty remarkable. Together they collected 5,865 cigarette butts. That's a lot, but it has been worse. So I'm happy about that. They also got 350 pounds of trash, 72 pounds of recycling, 122 bottle caps, 107 straws, and 9 balloons. So it can't come soon enough when we enact the single-use plastic ban. So I look forward to that. And I have found some paper straws. Of those straws, there might have been 5 paper straws that we found. I also wanted to invite the public to join us for the 4th of July cleanups on the 5th of July, 7:30 to 9:30. We will be at Lindemar, Rockaway, and Sharp Park beaches with Public Works and the Pacific Beach Coalition and all of the teams that sold fireworks. We will follow up with the post-firework cleanup. The rest of the month, we'll have the second cleanup at Rockaway, at Sharp Park, the third cleanup, Lindemar on the 3rd Saturday, and we'll follow it up with Rockaway on the first Saturday of August. And then, most importantly, I wanted to present to the City of Pacifica and share with the citizens, the council, the City of Pacifica, because we've had a lot of support from everybody, all our donors, all our sponsors, the Bay Area Metro Award that the Pacific Beach Coalition just won for restoring coastal habitat and removing litter for the last 20 years. So I'm really proud of this award, and I'm very grateful for it, and I wanted to share it with the public and also with you. So thank you. It's a 9-county region award for resilience, for making a positive impact on resilience and community and a better place to live, work, and play. We were one of 13 organizations, and the organizations were huge. So we were very lucky. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Anita Reese.
Hello, Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center. And I just wanted to share that we recently updated our income guidelines to reflect 80% of median income, which for a family of 4 is $129,150. That means a family of 4 who earns under $129,150 is actually eligible not just for our programs and services, well, most of them, but also eligible for housing assistance through the Housing Authority of San Mateo County, which is funded from the federal government down to the state to the county. So that works out to just over half of Pacifica families could actually use PRC support. And only 1 in 10 are currently using us. So we are planning to launch an outreach campaign in the fall that's focused on families with school-age children specifically. One of the ways that we hope to serve those folks is by expanding our grocery rescue program with the addition of a refrigerated van and staff to do pickups and eventually grocery delivery to folks, really working towards ways to make it easier for folks to access our services. Another way that we can provide some support is right now through the Back to School program. We provide grade-specific school supplies and backpacks. Our goal is 150 youth in Pacifica. They don't have to be in school in Pacifica, but they have to live in Pacifica. And to date, we have 48 children, youth enrolled from 25 families. We'll be enrolling through July 21st, which is a Sunday, so I imagine that means that Friday, which I think is the 19th. But we will continue to help as long as we can. Obviously we want to be able to provide the backpacks with all of the school supplies, but if for whatever reason folks come to us later or even after the school year starts, we'll still continue to provide support as long as we can. We will be posting a wish list on Amazon next week, so for folks who want to help out and purchase items for us. We work really hard to get very specific school supplies, so the list on the website is the list that we'll be accepting. We'll take anything that folks give, but we really are trying to get exactly what the students need. And we also just wanted to mention that we have a limited number of youth bus passes available. So if folks want to sign up for the Back to School program or need a youth bus pass, please give us a call for an appointment. It's 650-738-7470. The other thing I just wanted to mention is thanking the City Council and the staff for prioritizing homelessness in Pacifica in your goal setting. The creation of the Unhoused in Pacifica Task Force is a great step to gain and show community support, which will hopefully lead to some creative programming. And I look forward to the outcome and our next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Council communications.
All right, I'll start. Hello, everybody. Congratulations, Lynn Adams and the Pacific Beach Coalition. Yay. Okay, so I've been really busy. I went to the library advisory meeting, and outreach is continuing, and they're going to be up at the 4th of July festivities at Frontierland Park, so look for them and interact with our library folks so we can talk about all the things that are going to be coming up. I want to talk about the Age-Friendly Task Force for a minute. So we had the Age-Friendly Task Force celebration last Friday, or a week ago. Supervisor Canepa hosted us, and I just want you guys to understand how proud I am of our city and the Age-Friendly Task Force. Cindy Abbott came out and Jim Lang, and they presented all of the strategies that we're working on, and it was just such a pleasure to be there and to be a part of it, and I want all of you to be so proud too. We're going to be working on several different strategies moving forward. We're going to host 3 housing symposiums to provide seniors with information on housing options such as eligibility and application requirements and affordable senior apartments, and just to keep people informed so they understand how to apply for things and then how to reapply and then, check on things as they go along, because sometimes that's like a hard thing to do. We're also looking at transportation to counter limited public transportation options and launch a pilot program to provide affordable local rides for seniors. This is really exciting. Please look for things coming up because they're working really hard on it. And then, again, to increase socialization and to engage our business community. So hopefully everybody out there is going to be looking through things through an age-friendly lens, because our older adults are our biggest, there's the highest amount of older adults now in our communities, and so we have to really look at everything through age-friendly lenses, and increasing social ability is really important. So if we can combine the transportation program and actually bring folks out to socialize and then bring them back home, we're winning. So I'm really excited about that. I attended the Emergency Preparedness and Safety Commission, where we met our code enforcement officer, Gwen White, who I have to say is awesome, and just to learn about all the things that she does all by herself. So she is the only code enforcement officer in our city. So be really nice to her if you make a complaint and she comes out to talk to you, because she makes a point of going out and creating relationships with people instead of just like sending letters or whatever. She really thinks that's important, and so I appreciated that a lot. I attended the 25th anniversary of Spindrift, which was so much fun. I attended the Taste of Pacifica on Saturday, which was also a ton of fun. And then I attended the Transportation Authority Strategic Planning meeting. And this meeting was actually really important for me to be a part of, because we have funding coming down from Measure W and Measure A. And so it's really important for our cities to be involved in that process. And I'm going to be talking a little bit more about that as we move on tonight. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Deirdre.
This past week, I attended the Open Space Advisory Committee meeting where they voted on the Open Space Preservation Award, so stay tuned for that information. I want to say congratulations to the Pacific Beach Coalition. It's a huge award that they won, and they were up against some really big names, and it's quite an honor and well-deserved. And, you know, I just can't say enough. July 5th, the Pacific Beach Coalition will be out along with all of the other, all the folks who are selling fireworks, all the groups, all the teams, helping with the city of Pacifica lead those cleanup efforts. And then every weekend after that, I think through like mid-August. So come out and help, become a member, and learn more about it. I'm not going to be able to attend the Plan Pacifica meeting, which is this Thursday night at the community center at 6 o'clock. But you should all attend that because I'll be at the Peninsula Clean Energy meeting where we'll be talking more about REACH codes and fun things like that. But I wanted to tell everyone that you remember the gentleman who conducted not one but two wave energy capture tests here at Rockaway. He will be attending our Peninsula Clean Energy meeting, and we're going to be making some connections there. So who knows, maybe down the road, one of the first, maybe Peninsula Clean Energy will be buying some energy off of the guy who first tested in Pacifica. Who knows? And then also, just want to remind everyone that this Wednesday night is the bike park study session here at 6 o'clock. It's important that you come. We have a bike and pedestrian committee, and it is the Parks, Beaches, and Rec Commission. So if you're interested, come speak up and tell your neighbors and your friends and the kids around your neighborhood too. And then I'll be attending the mayor's lunch this Friday with I think you're going, right?
Yes.
It's the North County mayors and pro tems and city managers where we talk about sort of more localized concerns and issues, and if anything fun comes up, we'll let you know. The other thing that I did want to mention was a lot of our California politicians, Newsom and local supervisors have put out statements about ICE raids. Supposedly Trump called them off, but know your rights. You can just type in know your rights and make sure that people that you know also know their rights, so you don't have to answer the door without a warrant. So it may be coming. This is where we live, so we're targeted. That's all I want to say.
Mike?
Let's see, first, I attended the Economic Development Committee meeting, and I actually forgot it's in August, but be forewarned, traffic's going to be bad at the dog surfing contest, so that's going to be coming up. I attended the Pacifica Democrats, which is interesting because they had the two school superintendents there, one for Pacifica School District and one from the Jefferson High School District, and they both gave updates on their workforce housing. And I thought it was interesting that the top three languages in Jefferson High School District are Tagalog, Spanish, and Arabic. The Arabic kind of surprised me. Today at the congestion management meeting, they had a gentleman give a whole presentation on stormwater. I got his contact information because apparently they really like to talk to schools when they are doing remodels about stormwater capture. So I'm going to be giving his information to the schools because they're both, the PSD passed their bond measure. I want to thank planning staff because they got word that the airport was posting information that they were going to be starting the EIR, and I think they gave us 4 days to respond to the EIR. So I want to thank Tina, the city manager, and the city attorney we were able to get a letter out very quickly. We couldn't run it by the mayor or anybody, but you just got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask Kevin to have that letter put on a future agenda, and so it'll be public and everybody can see it and look at that. And I am going to be asking to have put on the agenda for the airport roundtable an item that they are getting the new sound monitors, but the airport's planning on putting them on the same locations as the existing ones. And I'm asking to have on the agenda that they move them because they moved the routes. So why aren't the monitors where the routes are? So I might be bringing that up to have the city council pass an agenda item, asking for that. So thank you.
I don't have a lot to say because I've been on vacation, except that I've been on vacation. And I'm back, and I've been working super hard ever since I got home Saturday night, reading hundreds of pages of material, getting up to speed. But I will say that I am so grateful to PCT for videotaping our meetings, because it enabled me to view what I missed, and I feel like I'm up to speed. I also want to thank my fellow council members for giving such thorough reports about the different things that they're involved with. I feel like I picked up information from Mike's presentation of the different things at the airport roundtable, and then I think Sue added to that the bit about the height issue and how the noise calculations are from sea level, assuming every single house is at sea level, is what it sounds to me like. Well, obviously living on the ridge in Pacifica, you're much higher than sea level, and that isn't factored in. So I'm really grateful that you're on that, Mike, because I think they don't know what they got coming from you. So that's great. And I'm wanting to know more about REACH codes. I did Google it, but I'm not fully up to speed on what that includes. And so that would be helpful to me. And thanks for all your work on age-friendly stuff. That's huge. That's super important to me too. So thanks.
I have a lot of overlaps, except Colma Creek, we have a little point of Colma Creek in Pacifica, and they talk about budgets and really has almost nothing to do with us, but I go. I went to City and County Association of Governments Legislative, and a lot of, I know I talk about this every month, but a lot of the bills have been put off. They're 2-year bills. Some have been combined, some are expanded, but we usually just go over what the bills are and what affects the cities and what the cities want versus the legislators. I also went to the City and County Association of Governments regular meeting, and we talked about REACH codes. And we talked about the express lanes, and we have about 5 different topics that affect the entire county. I overlapped with Mary. I went to the celebration for age-friendly San Mateo County. It was a really nice celebration, and the people from Pacifica did a great job presenting for Pacifica. It was really special. The Spindrift ribbon cutting, I went to the Democrats to listen to the superintendents. We did the Home for All follow-up meeting, which is important because we all get together after and talk about the things that we found that happened at the meeting, and that was interesting too. So for one day I spent on a bus. The Metropolitan Transportation Authority and the Association of Bay Area Governments got together on a double-decker bus, the mayors from most of the cities, and the community resource, which is a combination of finance and economic development directors, and we drove through cities. The most thing I can say is I was totally envious of all these cities when they're saying, look, we have 5 buildings of Google here, and Google's giving us $51 million to build housing. Oh, and here's Facebook, and they're giving us this money. And the developments of housing, it was a combination of transportation and housing developments, and there are many housing developments. Burlingame is building a new development on an old parking lot, which is going to be about 125 housing units, mostly affordable. And I really felt happy for all of them, and sorry that we can't do the same here. I went to Taste of Pacifica and ate a lot of great food, and I'd like to thank Vicki Moore from the Chamber who put that entire thing together. And that's it for me.
I have one more thing.
Yeah.
The flood and resiliency group that was created, we have a co-side representative, and it's Debbie Ruddock, a council member down in Half Moon Bay. So she did reach out to us and let us know that, you know, whatever we need, let her know, and we already have a good relationship with her anyway. So just letting everyone know that our co-side rep for that new flood resiliency group is Debbie Ruddock, councilwoman in Half Moon Bay.
And Don Horsley, our representative from the county, is the representative on the committee also. So we really have two people. So that's it. Okay, moving on to staff communications.
Thank you, Mayor Vaterlos, Mayor Pro Tem Martin, and council members Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I have actually numerous communications tonight, but a number of them are reiterations of items that have already been mentioned by the council members as well as staff. But I'm going to take the opportunity to doubly reiterate some of these items, and then I have a couple new items. The first is related to the planned Pacifica effort. So to reiterate, this Thursday at the community center at 6 p.m. is the kickoff meeting, the first of 5 community meetings. Food will be provided, and we look forward to getting as much attendance as possible at that meeting to talk about our general plan update, local coastal plan update, and the Sharp Park specific plan. Secondly, and unfortunately, the public works staff has mostly left because I wanted to talk about 3 immediate actions that they did take regarding a number of items around town. So the first was regarding a corroded outfall pipe on Sharp Park Beach, where the winter usually exposes more and more of that pipe and it becomes more and more corroded. So they acted immediately and have removed that pipe to make it safe. Immediate action. The second, which was mentioned, was Odstad Playground. As Director Perez mentioned, we're doing audits of all of our playgrounds, and upon the inspection of the Odstad playground, it was deemed unsafe. Certain aspects of it were deemed unsafe, and immediately Public Works staff decommissioned that playground, and we're currently, within the next couple weeks, evaluating the equipment that will go in there, and then we'll order the equipment, we'll get it back up running as soon as possible. So again, immediate action. Also, while they were up there, they did some defensible space clearing around the Spindrift facility. So great action on that behalf too. And then the third that I wanted to mention was mentioned by the mayor, which is the vandalism that occurred at Frontierland Park with the swing seats being cut in half. And immediately today, we happen to have replacement parts in stock, so immediately staff replaced those. And I'll also mention that in addition to the communications that council members heard and was on Nextdoor, I received a call from Chris Porter from Recology, who said, Recology will fund the replacement of that equipment. So I want to thank them for their generosity. We didn't need it because we already had the equipment in stock, but just the immediate generosity in response to kind of that senseless vandalism is really appreciated in this community. So again, the point on those is just to reiterate what's already been reiterated, is that staff is doing what they can to be very responsive and immediate to these small but very important things in the community. Moving on, Executive Director from the Pacifica Resource Center, Anita Reese, was up here. She mentioned the Unhoused in Pacifica Task Force. She and I have been busy starting last week interviewing candidates for that task force. We received great response, competitive, well-qualified applicants for the task force. So we're continuing that work through this week and interviewing those candidates, and we'll be making those determinations soon. A few new items. Tomorrow, the County Board of Supervisors, under a recommendation by Supervisor Horsley, will be considering a reimbursement agreement for the Cattle Hill parking lot at the end of Fassler Avenue, the staging area there, six space parking lot. and hopefully they will be approving a $250,000 reimbursement agreement to fund the construction of that lot. And as the council is aware, the city has been working on the design and has funded the design of the lot, but the reimbursement agreement and the partnership with the county we're really looking forward to, and to have that lot constructed prior to the early November, I think November 4th, celebration of the Ohlone Portola Heritage Trail. So another item. Councilmember O'Neill mentioned a recent comment letter we provided to San Francisco regarding the SFO development plan. A slight clarification is that it's a comment letter on their notice of preparation of the EIR, so the EIR is yet to come, and that'll open up a big, very complicated and rigorous evaluation process. The city will plan to work with other agencies and through the roundtable to evaluate and comment on. But we did, jump on it to provide an initial comment letter about the scoping of the EIR to ensure a lot of the positions that the council has already approved relating to aircraft noise over Pacifica are being evaluated or our comments are suggesting they need to be evaluated in their scoping and preparation of that EIR. I think I have just one more item, which is exciting news. I'd like to share, and the council is aware of this, but just publicly, that the state budget bill, Assembly Bill 74, that is on the governor's desk for signature sometime this week. So this is if the budget and this portion of it is signed, includes $1.5 million for the Pacifica Beach Boulevard seawall and promenade project and the planning and evaluation of that. The bill states of the amount appropriated in this item, $1.5 million is for the Pacific Beach Boulevard promenade in the city of Pacifica. The director of the Department of Finance or the director's designee shall order the controller to disperse these funds to the city of Pacifica upon receipt of a written request from the city. The Department of Finance shall notify the Joint Legislative Budget Committee within 10 days of ordering disbursement of these funds. So if this budget is signed with that item in it, we'll be dispersed those funds, and we've been working hard, the council has been working hard, and we've all been working hard towards that funding, which will kickstart the design and evaluation and feasibility of the seawall, which also rolls into the purpose of the Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency Agency process that is starting in order to give us the momentum as well as the collaboration for the larger sum of funding for the actual construction project. That completes my comments.
Okay. I'm going to go backwards too. I'd like to thank the public too, because so many people volunteered to pay and put up swings in the park. It's a good thing that the city got it done really fast, because it's a little complicated to have the citizens doing that. But it was a very proud moment for me to see them all saying, oh, I'll pay, we'll buy them. So it was a really positive thing for Pacifica, I thought. So thank you. And we'll move on to public hearings. We have,
Oral communication.
oh, no, we did orals.
That's right, we did.
We did orals. Started to make me
You're
worried.
just so quick.
They were fast. This is the consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of site development permit PSD 829-18. Are there any council members who would like to note that they had any ex parte contacts with anyone involved in this project?
Yes, I would. I met with Sia, and we talked about the project, so I just wanted to put that on record.
Likewise, I also met with
And
Sia.
for the record, Sia is the developer of the project. And just to clarify what council needs to report in terms of ex parte contacts, just some general recitation of if you have received emails from people, you don't need to recite the names of the people you should. Just generally, I've received a number of emails, both in favor of or against or one or the other. And then if you met with people at the site, you would describe that you had a site visit and who you met with at the site. And then if you had individual conversations with people, just describe them generally who they are. You don't need to give their names.
Okay. I also met with the developer, and we went over the plans, and that's it.
I also had the developer contacted me. I met with him. I met with him, and then I also have received emails. I did not do a site visit since I'm pretty familiar with the site.
I had 2 phone conversations with the developer and received email from the attorneys who represent a neighboring apartment building.
Yeah, and I also received several emails, both for and against the development.
Yes, several.
I also talked to the developer and had many emails on both sides of the development issue. Okay, ready?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Senior Planner Christian Murdoch. I'm joined this evening by Planning Commissioner John Niblin, who is the Planning Commission's liaison to the Council for this item, Planning Director Tina Weremeister, Senior Civil Engineer Raymond Dungeness, and David Schreier from the city's consulting engineering firm Cotton Shires and Associates. The item before you is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of this project by a vote of 3-2 on May 6, 2019. The appellant filed the appeal on May 16, 2019, and supplemented the appeal on May 20th. The initial and amended appeal letters identified various reasons for the appeal, which staff has categorized into 21 bases for the appeal. In general, the key topics of concern raised by the appellant pertain to the adequacy of the hazards analysis prepared for the project, the effect of wave overtopping on the project and access road to the project site along Beach Boulevard, the adequacy of the engineering analysis of the existing Beach Boulevard shoreline protection, referred to both as the reinforced earth or RE retaining wall and Beach Boulevard Beach Boulevard seawall, the application of various existing and draft policies to the city's review of the project, the city's responses to a comment letter submitted by the Coastal Commission, impacts to views and privacy from the project, suitability of the project for the neighborhood, and the adequacy of the environmental review prepared for the project under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Staff responded in detail to each of the 21 bases for appeal in the staff report. As a general matter, it is staff's opinion that the appellant has not provided substantial evidence to support the claims made in the appeal, and the appellant also seeks to apply to the project draft policies which are not yet part of the city's certified local coastal program. Specific to the neighborhood, staff believes the 7-unit project is consistent with the high-density residential land use designation applied to the site in the general plan, and believes the project is proposed at a density which is not out of character with the area surrounding the site. Subsequent to publication of the agenda packet on June 19th, staff received several additional public comment letters which the city clerk has provided to each council member and made available for the public at the back of the council chambers. Most issues raised in these public comment letters have already been addressed in the staff report. In regard to the comment letter sent on behalf of the owner of 77 Paloma Avenue, which is the large apartment complex just to the east of the site, the comment letter alleging the presence of an unusual circumstance related to wave overtopping, staff disagrees that this is an unusual circumstance. Rather, wave overtopping affects numerous properties along Beach Boulevard. Additionally, the commenter does not include substantial evidence of what potentially significant environmental impact could result from wave overtopping. Thus, staff does not believe there is merit to this comment. The same commenter also alleges the Class 32 categorical exemption is not applicable because a variance has been requested. Staff disagrees and believes the correct interpretation of the criteria for a Class 32 exemption that the commenter referenced is that a change in general plan policies or zoning designation and regulations not be a part of the project. Pacifica's existing zoning regulations allow for granting of a variance, thus the Class 32 exemption may be applied to the project. For the reasons stated in the staff report and in my presentation this evening, staff believes there is substantial evidence to uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the project and to deny the appeal, and that is staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Questions from council?
Yeah. Oh, I have questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I seem to have a lot of questions, actually. Where do I start? What happened with the previous project that was there? Why didn't that come about, or what happened there?
So the previous project was approved some years ago, and then it was continually annually renewed for many years. And at one point, it had been long enough where there were new issues that had come to light, such as new requirements for hazard analysis that would be done on newer projects, but was not completed for the original project. So ultimately, the next annual review that was requested was not approved. But I'd like to clarify that there was no indication that a project should not happen there, just that there needed to be some analysis done that was not done when that project was originally approved. And so that the applicant was free to come back and reapply for another project, even the same project. However, that applicant chose not to and ultimately sold the property.
Okay, thank you. So it's possible for 9 units to fit on that property, is that right? Total?
Yes, I believe that's the maximum permissible under the base density in the general plan.
Okay.
And the previous project was approved at 9 units. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna hold off for a minute.
I'm going to ask a couple questions.
Okay.
So, Christian, can you just clarify again for the public what the letter from the Coastal Commission said? Short bullet points?
Sure. It'll take me a minute to find it, but in effect, the Coastal Commission asserts that the Coastal Act and policies in the city's current local coastal program require that the project site be analyzed with the assumption that the existing Beach Boulevard seawall is not there. And so with that assumption, the Coastal Commission asserts that the historic rates of erosion should be applied to the site with enhancements for projected sea level rise, as well as a factor of safety. And wherever that line ends up for the economic life of the project, some distance into the site based on those assumptions, based on potential erosion, that the project then be designed to be sited on the property behind that line. That's really I would say, the most significant comment in the Coastal Commission's letter. They also remark that the city should, in some manner, require a secondary point of access, as well as conduct certain other analyses about wave overtopping and, localized flooding and so forth. I think that was most.
So, from that letter, I made the assumption that they were not in favor of the project as is. Is that correct?
I think the conclusion that I would make is that they did not believe that enough analysis had been done to support the project as it's currently proposed. I don't know that they concluded that the project could not be constructed in the manner that's proposed, but the Coastal Commission did not seem to believe enough analysis had been done.
Okay. And the developer replied to that initially and tried to address those areas of concern, but the Coastal Commission came back and said, we don't believe that you've addressed those areas of concern. Is that correct?
I believe that to be correct. Perhaps the applicant can describe that process further. It's a little bit, the city sometimes has limited visibility on interactions between applicants and the Coastal Commission while a project is still in the city's review phase. Mm-hmm. Oftentimes applicants will go independently to the Coastal Commission to try to work through various issues that would likely come up if there were an appeal or a call-up of the project by the Coastal Commission. Okay. So I believe that the applicant attempted to work through some of those Coastal Commission concerns.
Okay, just because that's sort of the order of events in which I saw it, and I think I made those assumptions seemingly correctly. So that the Coastal Commission was not in favor of the project as is, wants to make adjustments. The developer went back, answered them, and the Coastal Commission came back and said, we're still not in favor and we don't think that you've satisfied our requests. And then, do you know the history on this? I think I do, but the land was bought actually from the previous owners. Was it in 2018 or 2017?
I don't know the purchase date.
Okay. So I think that the purchase date was after we declared a state of emergency along our coastline here. Are we still in a state of emergency? Yes, we are. I'm just saying it for the purposes of the public to hear that we are still in a state of emergency. We declare it every month at our, we have to do it to get our federal funding. Is that correct?
I do not prepare those staff reports, so I will turn to the clerk and the city manager.
Sure, City Manager Kevin Woodhouse, and I'll turn to Ray Donguinez from Public Works if he adds to this. But after that state of emergency, we monthly declare that in order to be eligible for funding, grant funding, hazard mitigation program funding for any projects.
Okay.
And a lot of that funding we apply to the Esplanade projects.
Okay, great. So the point I'm trying to make is, and I think the developer will get an opportunity to speak, is that we were in a state of emergency when the current owner bought that property. That's just another area of concern for me. So I'm just sort of raising these for the purposes of raising them. Thanks for answering my questions.
I have a question about the existing seawall bluff. In one report, it says that it will be good the way it is for the next 45 years, and the other one says 75 years. What is the likelihood that it will be reinforced in some time during that time period? Does anyone plan on keeping a seawall for 75 or 45 years exactly the way it is?
Good evening, Mayor Raymond Donguinez, City of Pacifica Engineering. Yes, so there was a report for the seawall evaluating the straps and what's behind the seawall, and the report says that it will stand for another 4 years.
45.
40 years, the calculating the erosion of the straps.
And are they considering that nothing will be done to the seawall and it'll last for 45 years?
If nothing is done, the straps will hold on for that amount of time,
Okay.
correct?
And do we usually repair them and do replacement, do additions to seawalls?
We have not done any strap replacement, so we repair as the seawall has broken in previous years. That's when we repair them, but we don't go in and excavate and replace the straps and the backfill of the seawall on an annual or yearly basis. We just leave them as is, and they've held up as they are.
Okay, thank you.
If I could add to that, I'd like to be clear that as I just mentioned in my communications, the city has a project to evaluate and replace the Beach Boulevard seawall on the north end, north from the pier all the way north to the end of the seawall. And as I mentioned in my comments, if the governor signs the budget, we'll be receiving $1.5 million to begin that feasibility and planning process.
In addition to the technical analysis of the rear of the wall with the tieback straps that Mr. Donguinez mentioned, the applicant has also prepared an engineering analysis of the front surface, the ocean-facing side of the wall, which the applicant's engineer may have an opportunity to summarize, but in effect concludes that the condition of the wall is quite good with respect to the age of the wall, but it did identify a limited number of minor maintenance items that should be undertaken sometime in the near future.
Okay, and as far as the seawall and the Coastal Commission looks at it as if there is no seawall, and there is a seawall.
I know.
So how does that work together? Because there is a seawall.
Sure, I think you've touched on the fundamental disagreement that city staff has had with Coastal Commission staff in their comments and approach to the project. We certainly recognize that there is a seawall there, and the Coastal Commission's comment letter acknowledges that, but they don't seem to acknowledge the fact that it's protecting existing development in the form of the city public right-of-way and the street, as well as utilities that are beneath Beach Boulevard, and that, in fact, this project site does not front onto the ocean. It's not a bluff-top site. It's not, an oceanfront site, as that term is commonly understood to mean projects with the property intersecting the water. And so this existing Beach Boulevard seawall is out of the applicant's control. It's owned and controlled by the city, and it protects existing development that predates the Coastal Act in the form of the street and the utilities underneath. And so we think it's a very different circumstance, and as we've acknowledged in the staff report, we don't have policies that currently address this particular scenario. There's either a no seawall scenario or you need to construct a seawall, but there's not a scenario in the policies for where one exists, and it's protecting public property and development rather than private property.
And, sorry, two more.
Sorry.
Two more questions. When this project is built, I know that some of the neighbors are concerned that the people who live on Shoreview, there is access there so that they can rebuild their own seawalls with rock revetments, and they go down similar to this. And I can see it on the maps, but I did have questions from the public. And I'd like you to clarify that, yes, they will still have access to get their bulldozers down there to fix the rocks.
That is correct, Madam Mayor. The gate at the end of Beach Boulevard is available to the city as well as to the private development on Shoreview for any rock revetment repair.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll stop.
You good? So in regards to the seawall, the property that we're talking about, so it's on the city right away, right? So that the development really doesn't have anything to do with, technically, with the seawall, correct?
That's correct.
And there's been adjustments made, setbacks, and then they're not going to have the underground parking and things like that. But will the development require any kind of protected strategies or devices, or do they have to build anything to protect the property?
So the project as it's currently designed has assessed hazards from two potential coastal hazards, the first being wave overtopping, and the second is related to tsunami. And so with respect to localized flooding that could result from wave overtopping, the applicant has elevated the site, I believe, 3 feet with a concrete perimeter wall around the front of the site. And also by the proposed setback would be beyond the distance of calculated likely wave overtopping as prepared by their civil engineer, Dave Skelly, who is in attendance tonight. Additionally, the city required that the applicant consider the tsunami hazard, and so through condition of approval would regulate the construction methods of the project to ensure that the vertical integrity of the structure would be maintained, meaning that it would not collapse due to a potential tsunami inundating the site with the significant forces that tsunamis can bring about. And so rather than wood frame construction of a standard method on the ground floor, appropriate, robust, tsunami-resistant collapse prevention methods would be required for the structural design of the building.
Okay, thank you. And just one more question. So in order to have a below market rate unit, you have to have 8 or less, correct?
That's correct under the city's below market rate inclusionary zoning.
I mean, 8 or more.
8 or more, rather,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question regarding the reinforced earth retaining wall. There's something in the Coastal Commission letter that refers to stating that the city should also consider conditions of approval which require regular monitoring of the bluff and triggers for retreat following bluff erosion or failure of the seawall. I am a little confused about that statement because is it incumbent on the developer to monitor the bluff and triggers, or is that part of what the city is responsible for? I don't understand where that breakdown comes in.
Well, I think It's important to note that the city did not incorporate that requirement into its review. Staff did not recommend, and the Planning Commission did not include any such requirement.
Right.
We're not aware of observable bluff erosion occurring in this vicinity because of the presence of the Beach Boulevard seawall.
Right.
And so we don't believe that that is an appropriate condition for this
Okay.
instance.
That's why it caught my eye. It seemed, and it was in the last paragraph of the letter. I went,
Sure.
what?
I think moreover, we're confused at how triggers for retreat or relocation could apply to a permanent building constructed on the site.
Thank you.
Mike?
No, I have to find what I was going to ask about.
Okay. And so I remember the last question was, there was an existing building on this site quite some time ago that stood there for many, many years. So is that correct?
I've heard, I don't have firsthand knowledge, that there used to be a single-family residence on the site which was demolished voluntarily, not as a result of hazard damage, sometime prior to the previous project that was approved for this site.
I actually went in there. Okay. Thanks. We'll wait a second for Mike.
I can't find it exactly, but some of the emails we've gotten state that this does not meet our current local coastal plan and also does not meet the one that was voted on in December. Can you address that concern?
Sure. Within the city's current local coastal program, or LCP, a number of commenters and the appellant have asserted that various policies as set forth in the report should apply. Typically, those relate to geotechnical hazard analysis of the project site, hazards which could affect the project, if you will, and also that analysis, as we described a few moments ago, that the Coastal Commission has sought, where we assume that the Beach Boulevard seawall is not there, calculate erosion potential and a factor of safety, and then design the project outside of that area that would be subject to that erosion. We have analyzed and articulated in the staff report that we don't believe those policies in the current LCP are applicable to the project, except to the extent that we have performed what staff believes is an adequate analysis of potential hazards, those being tsunami inundation and wave overtopping. Regarding the draft policies, the draft hazard policies that have been mentioned, some of them would be on point for this development potentially, particularly those related to the council's direction to replace and maintain and enhance seawalls in this neighborhood. But the other policies that are in the draft related to, I forget the term, shoreline development, by definition, as the council directed, would not apply to this site either. So we think the commenters are misinformed or misunderstanding the application of those draft policies. And as mentioned in the staff report, in any case, they're draft policies that are not part of the certified LCP and therefore are not appropriate to apply to this development at this time.
And these guidelines are, and correct me if I'm wrong, are similar to the guidelines that I think the Coastal Commission issued back March of last year, correct? Or they had residential building guidelines and they had definitions of existing development, new development.
So which guidelines are you're speaking to a comment letter that referenced Coastal Commission guidelines?
No, it was a binder about this thick of Coastal Commission guidelines as to building residential in the coastal zone.
Right.
March 2018.
Right. So those are still draft. So
Right.
they are still, I think, going to open up or have opened up a comment period, and they have not adopted those quite yet.
Right. They posted them out. They received 88 comments from a state of 40 million people. And then they proposed that was adequate public outreach. They then pulled them back in November, and they are now doing another comment period. However, those are proposed guidelines by the staff, and if they're still receiving public comment, that means they have never been voted on by the Coastal Commission as regulations, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay.
One more. In one of the comment letters, it says that it should be opposed because it's likely the Coastal Commission won't pass the project. That seems unusual to me because it goes through here first and then goes to the Coastal Commission. So why would we ever deny a project based on the fact that you think it might not pass the Coastal Commission?
Yeah, I think that would be speculative, and the city's responsibility is to apply our standards and regulations.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Are we going to have an opportunity to ask questions of the developer at all, or? Okay.
Yes.
Awesome.
I'm sorry. It is time for the appellant. Is the appellant here to speak on this? Okay, and the appellant has 10 minutes. And you may reserve time out of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. So if you would like to speak the whole 10 minutes now or 5 and 5, it's up to you.
I'll do the whole 10.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Cheryl Henley, and I'm a resident of West Sharp Park for the past 26 years. The back of my property is one of a number of properties that are directly adjacent to the property at 1567 Beach Boulevard. Observation of the current hazards on Beach Boulevard, concern about the reinforced earth retaining wall, and concerns about the impact of the neighborhood compelled me to file an appeal. I want to start with a quote from James Kremer, who has a PhD in coastal oceanography and who also submitted a letter in support of my appeal. This site is arguably the most problematic, developable coastal site in Pacifica now, charged with difficult environmental issues. Here's what I'm asking of you. Consider the current hazardous conditions and risk to life and safety at this site and reject this proposed development that stands to put potentially 30 Pacificans at risk. The City of Pacifica Planning Commission barely approved this project, passing by a narrow vote of 3-2. Safety was a significant concern in the vote. I'm going to focus on safety. There's tremendous risk in trying to reach this property when the conditions are adverse. I'll be presenting you with evidence that current conditions, not future conditions, already make this site too hazardous to develop. And if you all decide that the risks are worth taking, then I ask you to reconsider the size of this development to impact less people. Here's what the Coastal Commission says about this site. This site must have alternate access to the residences in case Beach Boulevard becomes degraded to the point that it can no longer be safely utilized. They also state that the influence of sea level rise will inevitably increase the chance of overtopping and sheet flow across the site. You can say this is a mere 200 feet, but anyone on foot, it would be extremely hazardous. People should not be living along a road that gets flooded from winter storms, and just because there are people there now does not mean we, the society we, not the CCC we, should be encouraging more people to join the risk. This statement was made in 2007 about this project site. Since that time, I have directly observed additional powerful and damaging winter storms. Tonight, you as City Council members have the ability to ensure the safety and protection of future generations by not putting them at risk. Vehicular access along North Beach Boulevard with only one way in and out can be risky at best. What would happen during a medical emergency? Will an ambulance be able to access the site safely? The GSI report from November 2017 speaks to the analysis being, in part, based on knowledge of local coastal conditions. Many of us in this room are the people with direct knowledge of the local coastal conditions specific to this site. No one will have more substantive evidence for you of the true conditions at this site than the people who live here, who have lived here for decades. The applicant way overstates the number of homes currently with singular access along Beach Boulevard. The homes south of the pier have a much different circumstance. There's a beach with sand and a large distance between these homes, and they actually have a real seawall. There are only 8 homes north of the pier that require access via Beach Boulevard only, but none of those 8 are actually single access because each can reach their home from either the north or the south. This development is the only one restricted to a single route of access along Beach Boulevard. The GSI report on coastal hazards provides hypothetical models. Models are very useful, but they do not represent the real world. Based on these models, Mr. Skelly concludes that overtopping waves would not exceed 40 feet, and there is no evidence that wave overtopping would affect the project. This is an example of wave overtopping from 10 years ago, far exceeding 40 feet. The issue is that we have a dangerous situation right now. Then imagine many more storms, high storm surges, king tides, and sea level rise, and we have a critical situation. The requirement in the existing 1980 LCP requires that new development be safely set back from coastal hazard for 100 years. The applicant's engineering report initially said the RE wall will last for 75 years, and the city's peer review revised that to 40 years. Neither the 75 years or 40-year estimate complies with this policy. You are all aware of the power and velocity of the overtopping waves and wave run-up. The proposed front porch walls will be located 43 feet from the RE wall. The picture I showed a few slides back of an overtopping wave far exceeding 43 feet means those porches will be inundated. Here's the spot on Beach Boulevard, north of the pier, where I was caught against the cement barrier shown in the photo by high-velocity wave run-up. I was knocked down and completely submerged. When I got up, my shoes and clothes were full of sand. The developer's proposed porch walls are meant to protect property, but they could become a danger for pedestrians. One of my neighbors was trying to clean up storm debris in front of her residence. She made the news after being pushed up against the wall of her building by a wave. The danger of this location is widely known. 2 KTVU news broadcasters emphasized the danger of the waves, and one noted he had been out there at that very spot, hit by one of the waves and almost killed. The other concurred, stating that these images emphasize the danger of the waves. In 2016, the sheet flow from the storm lifted a car in Paloma and it smashed into another vehicle. At the Planning Commission meeting, Senior Civil Engineer Danganes explained that 6 inches of flooding was not a problem and that it would drain away. Yes, it will drain away, but it can also knock you off your feet. The city puts up road barriers many times every winter. Public Works has stated that they really want to deter both pedestrians and vehicles on Beach Boulevard when they deem it unsafe. I might add that this is the location of the proposed new ADA sidewalk. I think we can agree that sea level rise is a threat at this oceanfront property. When will it be a threat? I believe it's a threat right now and will continue to get worse. By the way, this is Beach Boulevard leading to the proposed development site. I don't want to debate which sea level rise scenario is deemed most realistic, but Jim Kremer states, prudence demands due consideration of site hazards, and not for a minimal sea level rise estimate, but for a severe one. Plan for the worst and hope for the best. Sea level rise just adds to the problems we're already facing at this location. El Nino events, larger and more frequent storms, king tides, storm surges, sneaker waves, an RE wall breach or sinkhole, dangerous wave run-up, and overtopping. How will anyone walk to and from their house through this? The RE wall varies in elevation from 21 feet to 29 feet. David Skelly states in his 2002 report for the city of Pacifica, based upon our experience and direct observation, the Beach Boulevard revetment and wall system is severely overtopped at elevations of about 21 feet. By direct observation, the RE wall is overtopped even at 29 feet. Sinkholes are a real threat to this stretch of road. I want to share a few quotes from the city staff. Ray Biagini said, "But how do you stop Mother Nature? I'm on the backhoe trying to put debris back in this sinkhole when one of those big waves hits me on the side and I was knocked all the way across the street into the sidewalk." Van Ocampo said, "You could fit 2 minivans inside this sinkhole." I'm confused. The wall is in excellent condition and should last for 75 years. We just experienced a massive failure in 2016. Regardless of why it failed, it seems to me it's very capable of failing again. Since January 2016, the City of Pacifica has declared a state of emergency and reaffirms it on a continual basis. I have focused on public safety, but please consider these very important additional topics when deciding about this project. This was a close vote by the Planning Commission. Among their concerns, Commissioner Big Stick, personal safety and singular access route during emergency situations. Commissioner Clifford, visual inspection rather than performance testing and engineering studies that didn't focus on the actual cause of failure, brute force of waves. In closing, while researching my appeal, I came across this quote by the appellant's engineer, David Skelly. "A city has the obligation to protect life and property in that order, mostly to protect life. I understand this is a difficult situation, but all engineering reports aside, the bottom line is the safety of the community." Thank you.
Thank you. Your time's up. Does the council have any questions for the appellant? Okay. Thank you.
So ma'am, let me, when you go down Paloma and you make a right turn, there's the house at the corner, and then there's one other house, and then you hit this property. Do you live in either of those two houses?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Thanks.
Now the applicant has 10 minutes, and you can also, you have 10 minutes, you can reserve your time for any kind of rebuttal, but since she doesn't plan to speak again, you have 10 minutes.
Do we have a presentation? Oh, okay. Good evening.
Excuse me, would you like to reserve time for a rebuttal from your 10 minutes?
Let's see how we do. I think we'll try to go through it, and we may reserve time if we have
Okay.
time. Yeah.
And then could you please state your name for the record as well?
Sure. Yeah. Good evening, council members. My name is Sia Vashmo Ozami. I go by Sia. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm a resident of Pacifica. I live at 23 Montecito Avenue, across the street from the council chambers. Over the past 5 years, I've been involved in the development of 2 projects. One which was a 4-unit project on Santa Rosa Avenue. My latest project was the 5 townhomes across the street. Where my wife's born and raised in Pacifica. We care about our city, and we care about doing what's right. Wanted to thank staff for doing a great job in a review of the project. We concur and fully support staff's presentation this evening. Joining me this evening are my structural engineer, Peter Yu, geotech, Dan Dykeman, coastal engineer, David Skelly, who will be presenting with me in a few minutes. If any staff members or council members have any questions, we're happy to answer them. As staff pointed out and council reiterated, this project was approved in 2007 for a 3-story, 9-unit condo project with an underground garage. Following appeal to the California Coastal Commission, the California Coastal Commission later approved the project on March 7th of 2008. After 9 years and multiple extensions due to financial challenges, the owner lost their entitlements in 2017. I'd like to start off by saying that I understand the appellant is concerned about her surroundings changing after living for so many years in her home with views. But the fact is, her property is now zoned multifamily just like ours, and we designed this project to be compliant and to be respectful of views as much as possible. There is no view protection ordinance, and the former project would have had a greater impact on views for not only the appellant, but everyone else that's going to get up and speak in opposition to the project this evening. For those of you not familiar with our site, we're at the northern end of Beach Boulevard, surrounded by single-family homes to the north, a 71-unit apartment project known as Sea Point to the east, and a combination of multifamily and single-family homes to our south. Let's see. The neighboring properties also are zoned high-density residential, consisting of 1 to 3 stories. And this is a perspective looking northeast on Paloma and Beach, which does a good job encapsulating that. So the project is in scale, and the neighboring properties with similar zoning, a few of which are single-family detached or non-conforming uses. For further context, this is a representation of how few units we're actually proposing. The 4 units to our south consist of 12 units in less land area than our lot. Even with the 2 non-conforming single-family homes, of which the appellant lives in 1, they are at a combined density of 28 dwelling units to the acre. Sea Point is at 50 dwelling units to the acre, and we are at 16 dwelling units to the acre. Having lived in Pacifica and following the previously approved project, we and I believe that our project's a big enhancement. We eliminated the underground garage. We're proposing fewer units and the minimum number of units. We're zoning and height compliant. The massing and scale allow for our neighbors to the north to have a better view corridor than the previously approved project. Our project also has a street between our building and our neighbors to the north, fronting shore view, resulting in a greater setback and privacy. This road was designed per Appendix D of the Fire Code, allowing for a fire truck to come into our project and safely turn around. This results in better safety for our residents and to the neighbors adjacent to us. Other than a rear yard variance, which is really the result of the Appendix D requirement, we're not seeking anything else. The variance also happens to provide for a greater setback to our front building, which is a benefit in the event of wave overtopping and any coastal hazard. We meet our on-site and street parking requirement, and by building the least number of units, minimize the impact of traffic and parking in adjacent streets. It's also worth mentioning that our project is beneficial to West Sharp Park. We propose housing on an infill lot, helping city meet its housing and arena goals. We heard about housing and how the Pacific Plan is important. Here's an opportunity to approve a project on an infill lot. The additional density helps drive traffic to Palmetto and bring more people to support local businesses. Housing is what people need to, have a place to live and work in local businesses. We've seen numerous businesses close down, and that's because of lack of housing. And so here's an opportunity to provide 7 new housing units for the city. The previous 2 projects I was involved with, yes. I'm just kidding. I think of it. Let's move it forward. Sorry.
Yeah, let's get to the meat of what the appellant's talking about. My name's Dave Skelly. I'm with Geosoils. I guess you just push this and it goes forward. See it?
Yeah, you just go right.
That one, okay. All right, let's go back. The existing shore protection. People are forgetting the existing shore protection is just not a wall. It's a lot of rocks. The rocks comprise about 2/3 of the shore protection. The upper third is the wall. Typically, structures require maintenance that are along the ocean, and you're really under the definition of maintenance, you're allowed to repair or replace 50%, and that's still maintenance. The existing shore protection has been looked at by several licensed professionals, and we've not gotten an opinion from a licensed professional from the appellant. Oops, sorry. We even dug holes, had third-party review. We all came to the same conclusion. The one statement that's not in here is if there's a regular maintenance program, this should perform going forward. The other thing, in reading the City of Pacifica's draft sea level rise, This seems to blend in with Hazard Policy 25 and Hazard Policy 26. Just so you know, the Coastal Commission tends to throw generic letters at projects. But what I've heard over and over again, it's up to each municipality to determine their own LCP. You guys interpret your LCP. They're going to throw their 2 cents in, but ultimately it's your decision. Just so you know, you're not the only community that's struggling with resiliency. City of Del Mar said no retreat. City of Oceanside allows slab-on-grade properties behind shore protection. City of Imperial Beach, shore protection. Build behind the shore protection. You don't have to analyze with the shore protection. Ventura County, all along Highway 101, allowing development behind shore protection. San Diego, Mission Beach. So this idea of no shore, analyzing with no shore protection is just a policy. It is not part of the Coastal Act. Quickly hit on tsunamis. The landward limit is where the tsunami goes to 0. So we're near the landward limit. That's inches of water coming on, very similar to what Moffett and Nickel did for the city. Let's go to sea level rise guidance. It's kind of hard to see, but if you go to the year 2100 and look at low emissions, sea level could be 1.6 feet, or go all the way over to the right, it could be, I guess that's 8 or 9 feet. What that tells you is we don't know. And communities doing their resiliency plans have decided on their own range. City of Newport Beach, in the year 2095, it's between 1.3 feet and 3 feet. County of Santa Barbara, in the year 2100, 10.8 inches to 30.6 inches. Communities have also done other things. San Mateo County looks at the LCP policy 9.8, and they look at projects over 50 years, not 75 years. All you're doing is increasing the amount of uncertainty. This is from your ESA document. The subject site's on the far left, but you can see if you follow the reasoning of the appellants, you're basically going to render a large portion of the city, including City Hall, as undevelopable going forward. We did an analysis. ESA's analysis agrees with ours. There's a program called Cosmos that USGS. So we have our analysis and 2 independent analyses really demonstrate that while wave run-up may reach the site, it's not going to significantly impact it. Last shot just shows a section from the top of the wall to the project. And you can see from the top of the wall to the project is a difference of about 6 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council for the applicant?
Yeah, I have a question. So we're in a housing crisis, right? And I think it's really important that we have an opportunity to talk about below market rate units. And so would there be any chance to consider a below market rate unit in this development?
Yes, that's something I'd like to come back to. We can consider it. I'd have to talk to the property owner. I'm the applicant. I'm not the owner of the property.
Oh, can I ask a question? When did the owner buy this property?
Yeah, I took down your notes. The owner, I want to say, bought the property in 2018, and you asked why would someone buy something in a state of emergency, and that's kind of like, I guess my question is, if a house needed a remodel, or if a foundation settled on one side, would you tear it down, or would you try to rebuild? So to answer your question kind of indirectly, I think the owner was aware of, coastal hazards before closing on the property, met with Coastal Commission. Once I was at that meeting, we met with Patrick Foster at the time. He said, analyze the site, look at coastal hazards. He saw a site plan that's very similar to the project that got approved by the Planning Commission, and he was okay with it. We have not met or spoken to Coastal Commission staff since that initial meeting, so we did not respond and kind of left it to the city of Pacifica to respond and address their initial comment letter. But to answer your question, the owner and I were aware that there's hazards and they need to be addressed, but didn't think, it made a determination in any case.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Mike? No one? I have a question. There was a picture in the appellants of a wave overtopping at 43 feet. Does anyone know how often that happens? And generally, are people warned? I know that there are rogue waves, but generally we know when there's a king tide. Do we know when there's a king tide and when the waves are going to be higher than normal?
Dave Skelly with Geosoils. The tides are predicted out for many, many decades, and surf is predicted about 10 days to 2 weeks out based on low pressure systems. One of the interesting things that when the wave overtops the rocks and hits the wall, it splashes up, makes a very dramatic picture. One of the things that you will note in the appellant's pictures, there's people standing there. There's people standing there, and the waves are over their head, but that's just spray and splash. In my response, you'll see that after that splash comes down, it's literally 6 inches, maybe less than a foot of water flowing. Now, as the appellant pointed out, that can knock you off your feet, but it doesn't damage the block walls. It can lead to minor flooding of at grade, like if your garage, but all of that's acceptable under FEMA. Our project is higher than the pictures that she showed, and we do have that low height wall.
Thank you.
So how will they access their driveways when the road's closed?
Well, you have to understand that your period of overtopping only coincides with the high tide and the high waves. When the tide goes back down, you can...
So they won't be able to access it?
Not for that short period if that occurs.
Those are for days at a time. I lived in this neighborhood for 4 years, so for days at a time, these folks are going to have to dodge those waves just to walk into their homes?
They don't occur all the time over that time period.
At least once a year for 4 to 5 days. That's just minimum. I mean, I know this.
The tide
because this
goes
is my
up and
road
down.
For 4 years. So they're going to have to park out here and then walk in, is that correct? Walk in past those waves?
I don't plan access. I'm just the overtopping guy.
Okay. So we don't know how they're going to access it. Do we see it? No.
You could probably drive a fire truck in a foot or two of flowing water if it was an emergency. But I don't, you need your fire guy to tell you, but I think they're designed to take that kind of flow.
Okay.
And what we calculated and what you see is less than that flowing over. And it's not just me, it's your own consultant, ESA, produced the documents which you did your resiliency plan on. And then there's Cosmos from USGS. Both of those are relatively conservative, and they know nothing about this project.
Yeah, I guess just one of the main concern and the mission of the appellant was to protect people's lives.
Well,
so my question is, and I don't know if somebody else can answer this, is how will those folks access their doors then?
There's already, how do people access their homes along there now?
So they will
I'm not,
walk into that weather?
Beg your pardon?
They will walk into those waves to get to their home?
The water comes in a pulse. It's not continuous. Wave overtopping is not like a river flowing. It's spray and splash.
The answer is yes.
If that's what you're telling me to say, yes.
I guess I'm just assuming that.
Sue?
I had a question perhaps for staff with regard to access. When the road is closed, Are residents allowed to access their properties?
Correct. Public Works puts up barricades at Palmetto saying that access for residents only.
And Mayor, if I may, the manner in which this project is designed, we think it's most likely during nearly every case that property owners would drive into the site, and through the central driveway in the middle of the site, they would access their garages on the landward side, not the seaward side. So yes, it is possible to access the units on foot on the ocean side for the front building, but we think in most cases people coming and going probably will be in their automobiles and drive across into the garages in the center of the site.
So they'll have to get out of their cars and move those roadblocks?
I think Mr. Dungeness can speak to the placement. I think currently they may be placed in a manner that discourages wave watchers from parking on this site because it's vacant. I can only imagine they'll be placed differently should this project be approved and constructed so that these owners could access their properties.
I'm just asking because I'm super, super duper familiar with this. It was my ride home for 4 years.
Public Works usually place the barricades so that people can drive one vehicle through the barricades.
So there will be one vehicle will have to go that way and one vehicle will have to go that way. People
Yeah, once you pass the barricades, then you're able to do a two-way traffic, but through the barricade, it's usually one car, so that to minimize, to show that there is something hazard and minimize just for residents only.
And the properties that are there now, they access their garages from the back? Right? There's 2 buildings there.
Correct. At the northeast corner of Paloma and Beach Boulevard, those properties have access through a private driveway on the east or back side of their properties.
Okay.
Just a question. In previous instances on Ospinaw and stuff, the council's been told, and can you tell me if this has been different, that the city is not required to protect private property, but we are required to protect public property such as the utilities underneath Beach Boulevard, correct?
Yeah, the main purpose for, I guess, the revetment and the seawall is to protect the access and the infrastructure underneath Beach Boulevard.
The sewage and water lines and if capable.
That is correct.
Okay, so that means in order to protect that, the city would have to maintain that seawall, correct?
That is our purpose, yes.
Okay. Now, when Van was here, he told me that the seawall below, south of the pier, you could actually add height to that. Can you add height to this seawall if it's needed in the future or the city chooses to? Do you know?
I would have to defer that to a structural engineer, which I'm not.
Okay.
And if I could, Councilmember O'Neill, add, that would be part of the feasibility analysis of the seawall and construction of the new one is to add appropriate height as necessary.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we have about 20 cards from the public, so I'd like to ask the council if you think that a 2-minute time period per person is acceptable. Yeah. Also, please, if you are going to repeat yourselves from the person before, if you could please say, I agree with the person who spoke before, or I agree with the person a few before, so you're not totally repeating. And there is no clapping or shouting or acknowledging the speaker. And as usual, we can also not acknowledge the speaker. So the first person is Margot McGrath, followed by Sue Eldridge, and then Nick Langhoff. And state your name, please, when you come up.
I'm Margot McGrath, You already kindly addressed my issue, which was to be sure this planned development is the site of those of us who live on Shoreview. This is how we get our machinery to repair our revetment. And you have already said, I would hope that you would possibly, as this project makes its way through the Planning Commission, that you will maintain some acknowledgement that our access will be maintained. And I would like to submit my letter. I'm supposed to give it to someone over here.
Thank you. Sue Eldridge, followed by Nick Langhoff and Bob Rouse. And if you could line up ahead, it would save time. We have another 20 cards on the next subject, so.
Really short. Thank you very much for your time and service and the number of times I've attended managed retreat meetings and watched you on television in the council meetings. Staff, council, and commissioners have done an excellent job, to which we do owe you a debt of gratitude. Do have concerns about the 1567 Beach Boulevard project, and I'll try to cut this as short as possible. My biggest concern, what nonplussed me most, is my understanding is that the new owners are going to have to indemnify the city in order to purchase their new property. That sends a huge signal that this must be regarded as a danger zone. Is this the new policy then for Pacifica, that whether it be in a fire hazard area in the hills or elsewhere, that as long as the city is indemnified, we can go elsewhere? I can't go on because...
You have another minute.
Oh, thank you. My other concern, thank you, was just for safe evacuation, that you please stick with your excellent standards that you have espoused in so many of your meetings. Having great concern during a disaster, a natural disaster in particular, for safe evacuation, please revisit your plans for the guidelines for all Pacificans, existing and future. Thank you.
Nick Langhoff, followed by Bob Rouse, and then Stephen Clark.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. Nick Langhoff, born and raised Pacifican of 38 years, local educator, professor and chair of the engineering program at Skyline College, and as of recently, owner of 1581 Beach Boulevard that is directly south of the proposed development property, as my father left it behind to me a few years ago. I have a number of really grave concerns about the proposed project, but in a limited time frame, I'm going to have to focus on the most important ones. Clearly, as has been brought up, this site doesn't actually address low-cost housing needs in our area. My colleagues and friends, longtime friends, Pacifican residents, and colleagues at Skyline College, that doesn't, some of whom are here tonight, it doesn't help them. And really, I'll just go to my main point, is that with only the singular access through Beach Boulevard, this is a major safety risk for the future occupants of this property. The engineer, I identified some issues with the engineering at the Planning Commission meeting. Visually inspecting the straps is not solid engineering. That doesn't produce any confidence in your results. You can't give an upper and lower estimate of the range of this years. If it's 40 years, 75 years, it doesn't really matter. We also know, we have data on the fact that the wall has failed, regardless of the structural integrity now. It fails. And so, not if, but when the wall fails, really, we're talking about a singular access point, a major safety risk and concern. Not only can they not get in and out of their property during wave overtopping, but, an entire, it'll be down, like an entire major area. So that's my main concern, and I just urge the council to act on those remarks. Thank you very much.
Bob Rouse, followed by Stephen Clark and Tiger.
Good evening, Bob Rouse. I'm one of the general partners of Sea Point Apartments at 77 Paloma. We've owned this property for 23 years. We're proud to have our residents there. I'm just here to state that I do support the appeal of this project. For whatever reason, we weren't informed, but late in the game. Don't know how that happened, but it happened. We just heard about this not more than 2 weeks ago. And we've had no input or really much discussion with the developer that we would hope a good neighbor would do. But we just want to be on record. You've received our letter from our council as part of your packet tonight that we're supporting the appeal, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephen, followed by Tiger, and then Cynthia Kaufman.
Hello, I'm Stephen Clark, and I'm a homeowner at 7 Paloma Avenue. Like Sia, I've lived here for 5 years in the West Sharp Park neighborhood. I'm here to support the appeal by my neighbor Cheryl Henley, and I am opposed to the luxury townhouse project that's being proposed at 1567 Beach Boulevard. This project is seriously flawed in 2 respects. You've already heard a lot of information. The documents supporting the project underestimate, in my opinion, and minimize the current and future impact and potential damage caused by sea level rise, wave overtopping, and climate change. Also, there is this singular access, only one way in and out of the site, a narrow road that runs parallel to the reinforced or RE retaining wall. You've already heard a lot about this. I'm not going to be repetitive, but what I want to emphasize, the California Coastal Commission comments that sea level rise must be incorporated into the project design and the lack of alternative access to the site. These are major shortcomings that were dismissed outright by the Planning Commission. I think this is a serious error. As James Kremer wrote in his letter to you, and I quote, "The CCC stipulations arise from the California Coastal Act are certainly not misguided. They are legal planning policy based on contemporary science and sound precautionary principles of risk analysis. Personally, I think the CCC knows best their own regulations and how to apply them to projects such as this. I am far from confident that the retaining wall will hold up for many more years." Okay, CSI said 75 years. Daedalus, the peer review, said 40 years. We've already had a breach of the seawall 3 years ago. How can we be so sure that it's going to hold up? And what will the new residents do when Beach Boulevard is closed?
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Please
Tiger.
uphold the appeal and deny the project.
Tiger, followed by Cynthia and Celeste Langio.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I am Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick of Pacifica. I am speaking on behalf of myself solely, and I am not speaking directly as to the development, although I do have a comment about the issue at hand. It's my recollection from the Planning Commission meeting that there was a question regarding whether or not the owners of 1 Paloma and 1581 Beach Boulevard had been reached out to regarding their back alleyway as a possible access point. And I believe Sia described that he had reached out and that the neighbors weren't interested at that time. So my comment is this: should you as a council decide to deny this appeal, I would highly recommend that you might recommend it would be a very good idea for the developer to reach out once again to the neighbors in order to facilitate that. In a very worst case scenario, there might be an agreement in place that in a very worst case scenario, there might be an emergency route that is capable of being utilized. Because in the final analysis, it is a good idea to have a positive relationship with one's neighbors if, heaven forbid, a worst case scenario should come to pass, in which case I would hope that this would be taken as an opportunity to start the relationship on a new footing in which there is an actual relationship established, should, heaven forbid, neighbors need to be there for each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia, followed by Celeste, and then Xana Cook.
So my name is Cynthia Kaufman, and I'm representing the Pacifica Climate Committee. We did send a letter, and that letter's been referred to a couple of times, so I won't bother to read that letter. But I did want to say that that the project engineer had said that the Coastal Commission says that we get to decide policy within our local coastal plan. However, our local coastal plan has not been updated since 1980, and therefore the Coastal Commission does not need to respect that local coastal plan. So that was a sort of so the Coastal Commission does get to weigh in on this. I do think that there will be staff expense for this city dealing with what the Coastal Commission's objections, what they certainly have to this project. So that's one big taxpayer expense. The other huge taxpayer expense is going to be from liability to keep, as Mike was asking about, the infrastructure protected in this area. It seems to me that in this time when we're already having sort of disastrous and dangerous circumstances for the people who live in that area every single year, it seems like madness to build a new property on that, a new project on that same property, especially when it does not help with our housing crisis, right? It does not help with our low-income housing crisis. So I just don't understand why we would make a really terrible problem worse by allowing this project. And then the other thing that somebody had asked about that I just wanted to mention is my heart goes out to people who bought property 40 years ago and this is their home and they've got all their equity in it and they're just trying to hang on and survive. But when somebody buys a piece of property when we're in the middle of a disaster, I don't understand why we would want to put all of our resources into supporting that person's profits for no good public purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Celeste, followed by Xana, then Paul Jones.
Good evening, Celeste Langiel, in support of the appeal. Approval of this project is all about risk. Yes, it's risk to the residents, but it's also risk to city finances and taxpayers. I strongly disagree with the staff conclusion that there's a lack of substantial evidence to support this appeal, and I echo the previous comments. So is there an ongoing local emergency of the Pacifica coastline? That's what the city proclamation keeps saying. If there is a city emergency, which the last one was based on damage specifically in this project area, it's a bit problematic for the city to ask for money to fix the Beach Boulevard seawall, but at the same time say it's going to last 40 years and this project can be safe there. That's just too much of a contrast. My big concern is what is the city liability if access to the development is damaged? I mean, that's the singular issue here is the issue of access. As in Esplanade, where a building owner declared bankruptcy and the city was liable for removing the building due to bluff erosion, how is the city going to protect itself with this access? We've sort of ignored this issue in the past. I definitely think that this project should not be approved as designed with a singular point of access. But why not start thinking outside the box? Require a condition approval that the developer indemnify the city in perpetuity for damage to access to the site and removal of the buildings if there's actually eventually the building is developed. The building is actually damaged by sea level rise. Require the developer to maintain a rock revetment, pay for the share of the updated seawall, which in fact there is no money, the $25 million estimate for the seawall, there still isn't money for it, so please deny this.
Paul Jones, followed by Joel Silver, and then Stan Zuven.
So I'm sorry, Shauna Cook is my name, and you called me before Paul Jones.
Okay, sorry, Xana.
Shauna.
Okay.
Shauna Cook. Hi.
Thank you.
So I'm a longtime resident of Pacifica. I grew up here. I went to Laguna Salada Alternative School. My daughter is now a student in going into second grade at Ocean Shore. I live at 1 Paloma, the yellow apartment building you saw in many of the photos there. It's my first-hand witness testimony that this is a terrible idea, terrible. My neighbor was pinned against the side of our building in 2016. I had to come to her rescue.
Can you come
water,
closer to the mic?
This spray of ocean water, it's rocks, it's debris, it's driftwood, it's a serious hazard for people. And it's June, and it's currently overtopping. This is just a normal day, is overtopping. My building at One Paloma regularly shakes. It feels like thousands of earthquakes every day. I get to leave. I'm a renter. When this project starts, I get to move on. But the people that have permanent homes here are affected more than me. I'm so disappointed in you, so disappointed. 35 years I've been living here. I want to be able to continue to live here, but I can't afford it. We need affordable housing. We don't need luxury condos. I understand that Pacifica is broke. We need money. I get that. This is not the way to do it, putting profit over people. I'm an MA candidate. I plan to open my MFT private practice here in Pacifica. I'm choosing to do that here because I love my town. I love the values that I grew up with. And I'm not seeing those values reflected in this decision. Please, please do not put profit over the safety of your constituents, the people that live here, the people whose lives should be ahead of anything else. I regularly can't walk that direction with my dog.
Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you. Paul, Joel, and then Stan.
Good evening, Mayor Vatterlaus, City Council members, city staff. My name is Paul Jones. I've lived in town for 40 years. I'm here tonight to express my support for, for Cheryl Henley and the people who have spoken in support of the factual and observational determinations that they presented to you, such as the written material, which I received a copy of from Cheryl, and Cindy Abbott's letter as well has good information in it. And I would, one of the things that caught my eye here, I'm not going to put out the recitation of all the technical concerns I've got, but looking at the aerial photograph reminds me when I moved here, I lived at Shelter Cove. I watched Shelter Cove get hammered and the road there was gone. I needed to move out at that time. I watched waves roll over Lindemar and flood Lindemar. Watch the houses go into the ocean at Esplanade in an apartment complex. We're all familiar with these things. I lived for 10 years also in East Sharp Park and walked down there. And there's every day practically along Beach Boulevard. And there's a noticeable difference between 20 years ago and today. You can really see it. And, I worked as a wetland permit reviewer for 30 years in government, and I take no pleasure in recommending a denial of a project, but I think sometimes it's the right thing to do. It needs to be done. At a minimum, you can temporize or postpone decision until the local coastal plan is updated, and the city manager has a chance to get that grant in place to look at the feasibility of repairing that seawall before you put more people in harm's way. Because I think you will be putting them in there if you approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel, Stan, and then Jeff. Dan? Okay.
Hi, Joel Silver. I'm a homeowner on Montecito, and I'm speaking in support of this project with careful consideration and some hesitation, which occurred yesterday as I sat in the Lindemar parking lot for half an hour to park to go surfing and thought, do I really want more people, tourists and people coming to Pacifica? And I realized that's emblematic of part of the problem. So many people come here and leave without contributing other than making Taco Bell rich. And what we need is people come to the community and really contribute, bring their children, new children, young families, and I think there is a housing crisis. I know that because I work at a company and I try to recruit people, hire people to my company and to live in Pacifica, and they report back to me that they cannot find a place in Pacifica that suits them, and these houses are appropriate for them. They buy in Oakland, they buy in, vacant lots in Palo Alto, they buy in San Francisco, and they cannot find spots in Pacifica. So there is a need for housing, and speaking from experience, I can say these kind of developments are very nice and will benefit Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you. Stan, and then Jeff, and then Margaret Goodall. You guys are switching places.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Dahm. I live at the old Veterans of Foreign War Hall at Fort Paloma. Been there for 25 years. I love my open space. As you know, that open lot that SIA is developing is really great for people that like to utilize open space, walk their dogs, play with their kites, whatever they want to do, hike, have lunch. I don't mind SIA's development. SIA's a great guy. He makes beautiful things. But if you look at the history, you got a single family dwelling, a nice old beach house right there with the rest of us eclectics. And as you can know, I got my eclectic house. So my deal is a lot of impacts. There's some things that go on with a big building next to little buildings. One of them is it affects their ventilation, heating. Their normal ventilation heating that they have now will be drastically affected by wave currents, not necessarily a water wave, but wind waves, in addition to other problems. We've got a rock wall. No, wait, what do we have? We have a retaining wall south of the pier. No, excuse me, north of the pier we have a retaining wall. South of the pier we have a seawall. But we also have a confusion between a block wall there north of the pier. And they are blocks and they vibrate like hell. My house shakes, her house shakes, they all shake. The idea of bringing more down to Paloma Point in case the road collapses, we're going to have something called Point Paloma with one road in and one road out. You're going to bring in 7 more families? Bad idea. 1 family, 2 family, I got no problem with that. It's a great property. I don't want to limit anybody's freedom of choice, so I fly my flag. Free country, home and flurry, home of the brave, land of the bold, whatever. You people go, but vote right. Do it right. Preserve this property for posterity. Other than that, maybe we can redesign it a little smaller,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stan, followed by Margaret, then Craig Joyner.
Good evening, Stan Zeven. Here are just 3 contradictions from the report. 1, conclusions in the present engineering report conflict with Moffitt-Nichols' report. There is no mention of the constant beach nourishment necessary to protect the property or the 5.5 feet of SLR the report is built on. SLR was not considered in the original revetment design. Furthermore, the wall is much lower in front of the 1567 property than in the area where Moffitt-Nichols' report was studied. There is also visual proof of yearly wave overtopping, so which report are we supposed to believe? 2, on the one hand, the developer emphasizes the extra tax that would be brought into our coffers by the new condos. I've seen nothing about the possible expense to the city the condos may demand. For instance, who will pay or can pay for a seawall to counteract SLR along the northwest corner of the property? If SLR becomes intolerable, who pays for removal of the condos if the owners decide to walk away? Since there is only one entrance exit to the 1567 property, who's liable for the take if owners can't get in or out? What about infrastructure issues? Granted that if there were an indemnification clause in the contract, it would settle many of these questions, but I haven't seen one. Is there any type of waiver to be found in the report? What really is the true cost going to be? 3, on the one hand, the city says it is using the 1980 LCP, which states that based on present-day circumstances, a new building must be built to last to the end of the century. On the other hand, the city is also stating that it is their intent to build a new seawall, non-existent at this time, that will protect the property. Furthermore, it is unclear if the wall will wrap around the northwest side of the property where there is only riprap at this time. Can't have it both ways. Either you follow the LCP or you don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret, then Craig, then Cindy Abbott.
This is Margaret Goodale. I support the appeal for many, many reasons, but the most important is the potential of liability to Pacificans. Your job as council is to protect the city, which is all of us, from potential risks in the future. If you ignore the risks inherent on this property, you put us all at risk for costs of legal haggling over eventual take. The existing LCP, do we ignore it? Do we ignore the setback for 100 years that doesn't allow shoreline structures? It wasn't unreasonable 40 years ago. It's even more reasonable today, given the newly identified coastal hazards of climate change and the predictions of larger and more frequent waves. We can question whether this will live up to the wall will live up to its 75-year life expectancy, but what have you seen? What have you experienced in Pacifica in the last few years? And will the new wall that we expect get funding, will that new wall protect us for 100 years? Do you approve a development assuming it will? How long can it last against the undetermined and really scary changes we may now face? There's more zoning now for high-density residential. That needs to change. 4 of these units are located at most 68 feet from the wall, ignoring the Coastal Commission recommendations of 100-foot clearance. Is it fair to put another 7 families at risk in the future? Is it fair to Pacificans of the future, who all may be required to pay for lawsuits over take? When the wall can no longer be defended financially, do we deal with today's realities? What is the best interest of Pacifica? What is our best interest, your best interest as council people?
Thank you, Margaret. Craig, followed by Cindy Abbott and Robin Renniels.
Pardon that delay. I'm Craig Joyner. I live at 244 Shoreview Avenue, the property directly north of 1567 Beach Boulevard. I want to talk about the conditions of the beach right there. Pacifica has an interesting situation with a lot of different types of beaches, and you can't say they're not homogeneous. They're very different. North of the pier is different than south of the pier. Lindemar is different than Esplanade, on and on. What I can speak to is the conditions right there. I bought that house 4 or 5 years ago. Intellectually, I understood that there was a danger there, that the coast was there, sea level rise, king tides. I didn't really understand the full impact of that. Madam Mayor asked me a question via email, if it's so dangerous, why do you live there? And I'll tell you, it's an existing structure. I bought it, I didn't fully appreciate the dangers that are there. I can tell you that several times a year, my house is shaking. I see waves top my property. I see waves top neighbors' properties. I know waves have gone over the top of my neighbor's house. It's taken out a fence between me and my neighbor. It's a very dangerous stretch of beach. The engineer that spoke earlier said that the waves hit the revetment and then they hit the wall, which causes the water to go straight up. That's the reason the wall failed. There was testimony in front of the Planning Commission that it was brute force of the waves hitting the wall that caused the wall failure. So I urge you not to vote yes, not to support the construction of this building, support the appeal.
Thank you. Cindy, followed by Robin Renniels, and the final card I have is Brian O'Flynn.
And I am Cindy Abbott, a resident of West Sharp Park for 22 years, right here in this neighborhood. And I'm not going to reiterate the remarks that I made in my letter that you all received and is included in the packet, and that so many people tonight have also so eloquently supported about the dangerous access to this property, just one way in and out, across times when you cannot walk on it. You would not want to walk on it. I'm going to talk about something different though. I moved to Sharp Park due to the historic charm of the neighborhood. And I must note that the proposed new development is extremely contemporary in form and design, with little character or charm. Sharp Park, also known as Salada Beach, is one of the original seaside communities that was a stop on the Ocean Shore Railroad at the turn of the century. A location of beach cottages described as an area primarily with small one-story houses, often with detached one-car garages on narrow lots. The general plan states a guiding policy for the city of neighborhood conservation, a policy to preserve the unique qualities of each of Pacifica's residential neighborhoods. The new street signs on Palmetto herald the area as our historic district. You have the opportunity to continue the vision of past councils and yours to develop and preserve a historic district that is unique and draws community and visitors to it. For this reason, and many more that others have expressed, this is not the right project for this location. You have the opportunity through your vote to show you value new development that is safe from hazards, that the community can afford, and that preserves the unique character of the neighborhood for the next century. Please support this appeal.
Thank you. Robin, followed by Brian O'Flynn.
Good evening, council members. Robin Renneals, resident of West Sharp Park since 1976. I'd like to speak that I would request that you please deny the appeal, but I'm not here to speak about the technical issues that have been brought up here tonight. I'm here to speak that the developer and the credibility of the developer and is a resident in the neighborhood, is family in the neighborhood, and has made quite an investment over the years and has other projects in the works that I feel are very, very beneficial to the Sharp Park neighborhood and to Palmetto. This particular project, I empathize with neighbors that have concerns over what's happening with the seawall and the future of the seawall, or what the LCP is going to do for us, or if we're going to build the wall or not. I'm going to assume that and trust that what we've been hearing is that Pacifica will protect the neighborhood, that it will protect infrastructure, and that it will invest in preserving our neighborhoods and doing what is possible to maintain our homes there. One thing I do want to say is that I know that at the north end of that property and to the south of the gentleman that just spoke who lives on Shoreview, that there is an outfall line for the storm drain. And over the years in living there, there's one there, and then there's one in further closer to me where I live that comes out at Clarendon. And there have been problems with them, but the city has done everything and maintained those things flowing. And I have all the confidence in the world that the city will maintain that stormwater drain, and that corner, that what I've seen the city do all these years in placing the rock and maintaining it and doing all the work that's needed to keep these neighborhoods drained. Because for us that don't live right on the waterfront like folks on Beach Boulevard do, it's the fact that the neighborhood must continue to drain. If not, we flood. Because at the south end where I live, we're below sea level.
Brian?
Thank you. Please support the project.
Thank you. Brian?
Good evening, members of the City Council. Brian O'Flynn. I've been on Beach Boulevard for about 20 years now, and I would like to thank everyone for taking part in this democratic process. I think it's great to see everyone showing up and whatever side of the debate you're on to sort of express your passion and argue in the true democratic sense. And also we're here to adjudicate an appeal on an approval of the Planning Commission. So I think it's important that we stay focused on the burden of proof that's required for any person filing an appeal against a decision that's made by the Planning Commission. It seems to me that the burden of proof is on the person making the appeal, and from what I can see is that the proof has been met and exceeded by the person who's driving the project sponsor. He has all the experts, the evidence is supporting him. The city policies and the design goals have been met. And also the planning staff has done an exhaustive study and come up with a result that it is a project that should be approved. And I would ask you to very much support the City Planning Commission, the City Planning staff, and approve this project. It seems like it's extremely well built. Probably will be much more resilient to any sort of natural consequence than any of the surrounding properties. In my time in 20 years on Beach Boulevard, there's never been a time when I couldn't access my property intermittent between certain storm surges, things like that. So I think that the safety factor and the access is being vastly overblown. And I would like to render my wholehearted support for the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's the last card I have. Sarah, my notes say that the applicant and the appellant each have 3 minutes, but since they took their original 10, do they still have 3 minutes each?
No, so they took their 10 minutes at the beginning. They requested not to reserve the 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. So since both of you have already spoken, I will close the public hearing and refer this back to council for deliberation. Who wants to speak first?
I always go first. You guys go first.
Mary, go first.
Okay, I'll go first. We need housing. We know this. Okay, so I feel that if there was one below market rate unit in this development, that I would be fine. I would be fine with it. So it's really hard for me to support it because it doesn't have the community benefit associated with it that I believe in. However, when you look at the staff report and I watched the planning commission meeting, when you look at the facts, it doesn't matter how I feel about a project. It really is about the facts incorporated with it, and can it be developed? Is it a developable site? There's so many things that are going into this, so I'm having definitely a hard time, and I feel like I'm on the fence, and I won't be on the fence entirely, when it's time to make a decision, but I think I need to hear from my co-counsel.
Okay. Thank you. Mike?
I don't know if it's too late or whatever, but Mary, projects less than, we can make a proposal of a affordable housing fee. There is a formula for that. So, because I think if you go under 80 units, there's a question of, is it even viable at that point? So I'm just letting you know, because you're kind of new. I think we've had quite a bit of study on this, and I think that if we were to deny the project or support the appeal, we'd kind of really be kind of letting down the policy and the commitment that every council member has done up here of supporting the protection of Sharp Park and maintaining the seawall, which we're legally required to do. So I'm going to vote against the appeal and support the building of the project. So,
Is that a correct statement? We're legally required to build the seawall or protect seawall? Is that a correct statement?
if we're required to protect public property, which is the utilities underground, which requires the seawall to be maintained, we're legally required to do that, unless the law has changed, but I did ask the question earlier. My understanding is we are not required to protect private property, but we are required to protect public infrastructure.
Well, I mean, that's correct. We're not required to protect private property, but part of there isn't a statute that requires us to protect public property, but that is a fiduciary duty, I would say, of a public agency to protect its infrastructure.
Okay.
So it's not a correct statement? Because
Okay, so if to carry out the reasoning you're bringing up, then if we do not maintain the seawall and let's say the sewer line breaks on Beach Boulevard, then every house there would not be habitable, correct? Because they would not have sewage or probably fresh water going to the house.
Right. So what you said was we are legally required to maintain the seawall. And I think that's not a correct statement in that the houses on Shoreview have maintained their own seawall.
No, I said protect the seawall because we have to protect the public infrastructure behind the seawall on Beach Boulevard.
I understand.
That's what I said. I didn't say we're required to maintain the seawall, but in order to protect the public infrastructure underneath,
So that's what
unless you could come another way.
Just asking, I wanted to make sure for the public that it was noted that whether it's a legal requirement for us to maintain the seawall, because that's what I heard.
Okay.
Okay.
Sue?
Are you voting to go last, Deirdre?
Sure.
Shall I jump in?
Second to last. Mayor's
second
last.
to last. Oh, mayor's last, okay. I want to say that I have reviewed the documents and reviewed all of the appeals as well as the emails that I received. I feel that the experts that have rendered information and supplied information for the developer and the builder have addressed the concerns. I support staff's statements that this project is buildable, and I support the project. I don't support the appeal.
Deirdre?
So I'm having a little bit of confusion around, and maybe you can tell me if I'm confused or not, Christian. Am I understanding correctly that the project is asking us to look at our current LCP and they want to build to those standards, right? And cool, Planning Commission says yes, they comply. But at the same time, the project is also asking us to be forward thinking in that our draft LCP says that we will protect and maintain. So it sounds to me like the project is asking us to consult the current LCP, which is from 1980, and also the draft, which has not been approved by Coastal Commission.
I don't know that the project is asking, and I guess I would characterize it as, so yes, we have to apply the 1980 LCP, and we probably have made a statement that the policies that are not adopted yet, you know, they speak to protecting the neighborhood. That is true, and they haven't been adopted yet. But what's also true is that the council has historically had has taken action to continue to maintain and protect that seawall. So that's not inconsistent with previous action of the council, including the direction that we've collectively, staff has been given to seek funding to for the next phase of redesigning the seawall there.
Okay. Thank you. Procedural question. If we all didn't agree up here tonight, could we send this back to planning for a revision?
Yes. So the actions that the council has before it is to approve the appeal, deny the project, deny the appeal, approve the project, you know, ask for more information and continue it, or ask for some changes that may be substantial enough that it should appropriately go back to the Planning Commission for another decision.
Okay. There was a statement made by the developer's consultant that we don't have to analyze with no shore protection. But I just want to say that again, because just because we don't have to doesn't mean we shouldn't. So a lot of things in life are like that. Just because we don't have to doesn't mean we shouldn't. I have amazing sympathy for someone who bought this property while we were in a state of emergency. And I just feel like it was maybe not a good decision, and maybe that property owner is thinking that same thing tonight. I don't want anybody to lose money, especially today. You know, we all work really hard to be able to live here. I lived in the Esplanade Apartments, and when my dad first visited me, he went out on my balcony and said, "Geez, I know you like living on the edge, but this is a little too close." And he was right, because 2 years later, my apartment was red tagged and the laundry room was in the ocean. And then I lived around the block here for 4 years, and 4:30, 5 o'clock one morning after Fukushima, get out of your house, evacuate. And my 94-year-old neighbor had nobody, so I took her, I took my dog and my taxes, and we went to Daly City, higher ground, right? And a couple times a year, I run the beach cleanup here with my co-captain, the second Saturday of every month. We're all invited. And a couple times a year, we all have to head inland and hold our beach cleanups a block in because of inundation. And I appreciate all the different perspectives here. I've been hit with those waves. I've seen people get hit with those waves. Shayna's right. It's rock, it's debris, it's scary. People who don't know what they're doing get hurt. I've seen children get knocked over. And I think that the pictures speak for themselves. I think that the news crews speak for themselves when they come out here. And why would we want to, put ourselves in a position where we're continually making national news? So I appreciate that you want to come in and build housing, because we need it. I think it's a bad location. I think it's a bad design. I'm super concerned and about the protection of these people and how they're going to get into their homes. I'm actually literally envisioning them having to dodge waves to get over there. It actually will happen. And everyone who lives on this block knows that it actually will happen. I have a feeling that up here I'm probably in the minority, so I'm going to make a plea that if I am in the minority, that the recommendation is actually that this goes back to planning to revise for a more safe access, and also for the residents on the backside, that there's some sort of allowance for emergency exits and entrances if need be. So I support the appeal this evening, and I am sorry for the owner and the developer. I respect and appreciate everything you're doing around here. So that's where I stand.
And I would also like to ask for it to go back and at least consider, again, a below market rate unit, if we can at all do that. And Mike, can you clarify what you're talking about as far as the impact fees? Because if it's 7 units or less, then we can't ask for impact fees.
I was just saying that I do believe the cutoff for affordable housing fees is also 8 units. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but I was just, for future reference, instead of a unit, some people pay affordable housing fee, which I think does need to be revised because it's a lot cheaper, and I think it needs to be revised upward. But yeah, I mean, that's something that can be considered in an 8-unit project, but not a 7.
I think we appointed the planning commission. All of us appointed the planning commission. They are a commission. We have to listen to them. We have to listen to staff. There is shore protection. It's not a building with no shore protection. It's there. The one way in and one way out. Every house on Beach Boulevard has one way in. These people have one way in. The neighbors have one way in. That's an issue, and I hope, like you all said, that he talks to the neighbors and that the neighbors agree to, in hazardous conditions, to let them drive through their property. Shoreview is a different item. Shoreview, people live right on the ocean. They have to maintain their own seawalls because there is no infrastructure. There's a road here before this building. There's a road with public infrastructure. We do maintain our public infrastructure. If a pipe breaks, like Mike said, we have to maintain that. We have to cover that area. We don't have to do anything about the building. That is not our responsibility. We have no light and no view ordinance. I know that's difficult for most of these people because in the very beginning, every single letter I got was a not in my backyard because they were next to them, they were behind them, they were to the right of them or the left of them. More people have gotten involved here, and I appreciate everyone who comes forward because it's not always easy to speak up on either side. But all those people still live there, and I did ask the question, if you feel that this is so dangerous, why do you still live there? And I asked that to a lot of people, and I didn't always get answers. So some people can move, some people can't. But the enjoyment of living by the ocean is what keeps them there, whether there are difficulties or not, whether they have to go through waves or get hit by rocks. They live there because they like living by the ocean, and that's important to them. Margaret talked about a take. Take is a very, I don't want to get into take, but that's a whole nother subject. The Esplanade is different also. Esplanade was on a cliff. This is not a cliff. This is a gradual area. It's not subject to the erosion that Esplanade faced. It's a whole different animal. Just like Shoreview is different. We have a huge lack of housing, and the people who complain about the lack of housing and the expense of housing are often the ones who come in and say, well, we don't want this. Well, we want housing, but not here, not now, and not in this location. So how are we ever going to get out of our housing crisis? I know that there are no affordable housing units in this building, but people move up. People move from other affordable units into higher units. That happens in Pacifica all the time. And that does free up units that are more affordable than others. These units are not going to be affordable. But there is always income. I talk about finances all the time. There is the tax income. That's our largest income in the city of Pacifica, is from taxes. And these will provide a considerable amount of taxes for the city of Pacifica. That's not the only reason I'm voting for this. There are a lot of reasons. So I'm going to vote to deny the appeal. Mike, sorry.
I did want to kind of make a comment I didn't earlier about the one-way access. I think you just need to look at Rockaway, Valimar, and to a certain extent, Pedro Point. You can look back at Valdez back in off Rosita, and Perez off Rosita are all areas in Pacifica that are one-way access in and out, and they've all been built on. And
What about with the hazard right there? They have a wave overlapping?
Valimar with all the trees and a fire hazard called Paradise.
Yeah, but they don't have fires regularly.
No, okay, but it's there, okay, in Rockaway. And remember when we had the shooting incident in Pedro Point, basically people couldn't get up into Pedro Point because the road was blocked because of the police action. So I think the one-way in, there's a lot of areas of Pacifica that do have only one way in.
Yeah, I just don't feel like it's at all comparable, given how often that road closes.
And basically, this is the third time, I believe, that this project has come forward, because when I was on Planning Commission, the initial project, and then it kept coming back for extensions, and it kept getting approved. And that was a 9-unit building, and this is a 7. That would have helped you, Mary.
It really would
Because
have.
the 9 units would have
It would have
allowed
helped me a lot.
for one
Yeah.
affordable
Right.
unit.
Yeah.
So, but it's smaller. It's not bigger than the old ones. So.
I'd like to make a motion, propose action, adopt the resolution included as attachment A to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of site development permit PSD 829-18, coastal development permit CDP 395-18, use permit UP 94-18, variance PV 522-18, and vesting tentative map SUB 237-18.
And do we have a second?
I second. No, wait, hold on. Don't we have to?
I second.
And then I get to have the.
And then there's
right?
discussion.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And adopting the resolution.
Oh, adopting the resolution as stated.
I second.
Okay. So.
I'm sorry, I thought we were done with discussion, so.
No, but after there's a second,
Okay.
then I get to have a.
Yeah.
Robert's
Yes, you can.
rules.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's okay. So I would recommend that that the motion is actually to try to accommodate at least one BMR or some mitigation fee, and also that this project goes back to planning to accommodate the safety concerns for the one-way access.
Is that
Go
a-
back to the
I
make-
agree with that.
Go back to the maker of the motion.
I don't want that amendment to the motion. Because I don't think legally we can go back if it's a 7-unit when the law requires 8, correct?
You get a mitigation
So-
fee, right?
Well, first I'm assuming you're asking the maker of the motion if they will amend their motion?
Yes.
And the maker of the motion is saying?
No.
No.
Tried.
So now, unless there's more deliberation, there needs to be a vote taken on the motion.
And through the mayor, I just wanted
Gina has
to clarify that the motion included the issuance of 7 residential development allocations per the staff report. I'm
I
asking.
just, so amended, I just read the one straight from the agenda. Okay.
Yes, it includes all of that.
Okay.
Okay. Do I need to amend it?
No.
Okay.
So there was a motion and a second. The referral back to the maker of the motion did not go through. So now please vote.
So let's just clarify what a yes vote means. Yes is to.
Deny the appeal.
Deny the appeal and approve the
Uphold
project.
the planning commission's
Okay,
decision.
can you clear the votes, please? So it's to deny the appeal and approve the project. So now please vote.
Deny the appeal and approve the project.
Okay, and that passes 3-2.
This is a hard one, yeah. This is a really hard one.
Thank you for asking for that clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Yeah.
It does. It's roundabout.
Just in case. Yeah.
Okay, we are going to take a break, and because we have another 20 cards for the next item.
Since the boss.
I do. Yeah. Did she say she?
Please, in the audience, if you want to speak to each other, you can feel free to go outside. Thank you.
It's a nice night.
Item
Mayor
number-
Vatalos, you mentioned that there were a lot of public comments for this item.
Yes.
Are you looking to limit the time for the public comments?
Would everybody like to limit the public comment to 2 minutes on this item?
Did you,
So there's like 20 cards, right?
Yes.
you have 20?
I have about 16.
And growing,
That's fine.
so I think
Okay.
that's reasonable.
Okay, so we've all agreed to limit the public comment to 2 minutes. It doesn't look like there's that many people left, but there's a lot of cards in here, so maybe some have left. We will limit it to 2 minutes.
The budget clears the room. Yeah.
Yeah, budget. Item number 6 for council consideration is the adoption of the fiscal year 2019-2020 annual operating and capital budget. May we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager, and I'll kick off the presentation, provide some summary comments, and then tag team it over to Assistant City Manager Hines to review some of the details of the budget. On behalf of City staff, I'm pleased to present for your consideration the proposed budget for fiscal year 2019-20. Before making a few summary level comments, I'd like to thank the City Council for your thoughtful review and input during the several months long budget development process, as well as acknowledge key staff who were critical to bringing this budget together and the dozens and dozens of internal and public meeting coordination it required. First, Assistant City Manager Lorenzo Hines Jr. and the entire financing team, thank you. All department directors, their staff, and executive team members, thank you. And City Clerk Sarah Coffey and Executive Assistant Elizabeth Brooks for their work as well. Thank you. Next slide, please. Tonight's recommendation includes the following 3 actions. Action number 1, determine whether to include $125,000 in one-time funding in the budget for a 1-year limited-term management analyst in the City Manager's office to assist with the implementation of council priorities related to environmental sustainability, thus relieving existing staff resources to focus on other council priorities. Action 2, move to adopt a fiscal year 2019-20 appropriation totaling $505,000 from the Roy Davies Trust Fund. This is an action that requires a 4/5 vote of the council. And action 3, move to adopt a resolution adopting the 2019-20 annual operating and capital budget presented to the council tonight with a general fund appropriation of $36,124,000 and an all funds appropriation of $69,330,000. Next slide, please. As the following slide details, this balanced budget was developed based on input from the council at the narrative budget study session on April 25th, 2019, and subsequent budget presentations and discussions on May 7th, May 13th, May 28th, and June 10th. This budget process really began with council's March 9th goal-setting session. The fiscal year 2019-20 City Council goals and priorities were adopted by the council on April 25th. This budget supports work on all of those priorities in addition to all of the city's ongoing programs and services. Also on April 25th, during the narrative budget study session, the council provided direction on 10 budget development strategies which have been integrated into this proposed budget. These strategies and details about how they are implemented in the budget are summarized in my transmittal letter at the front of the budget book. Assistant City Manager Hines and I are happy to review these details at the council's request. One of these strategies relates to 1-year limited-term staff usage. At the June 10th budget discussion, the council requested further information about this position and its tasks related to transit initiatives. This information is provided in the staff report. As listed in the recommended actions for tonight, I'm suggesting the council first determine whether this strategy will be approved and included in the budget before moving to adopt the budget. If this strategy is not approved, I recommend, unless otherwise directed by the council, that this $125,000 be reserved in the general fund cash balance for consultant assistance if necessary to continue progress on council priorities throughout the year. It's important to note that without this limited term staffing, staff will still make progress on all of the council priorities as adopted by the council. However, progress may be slower. Before turning the presentation over to Mr. Hines to recap some of the budget details, I'd like to conclude my comments with the concluding comments that are provided in my transmittal letter. That states, I'm pleased to present a proposed budget for fiscal year 2019-20 that is balanced, transparent, accountable, prudent, and supports forward progress on critical programs and services for the Pacifica community. This budget balances non-discretionary ongoing expenses with ongoing revenues and proposes prudent use of one-time money to fund reserves, priority capital projects, and other work to fulfill the City Council's goals and priorities to benefit the community. A close review of the proposed budget and the support it provides to the City Council goals reveals several themes woven together to strengthen forward progress in Pacifica. 1, articulating an economically and environmentally sustainable vision for Pacifica's future. 2, creating the foundation for this future through updated planning documents. And 3, developing physical and societal infrastructure to allow Pacificans to thrive under this vision. The progress the city has made and will continue to make on all of the City Council's goals and priorities is noteworthy, especially when viewed within the financial and staffing constraints under which the city operates. The city will continue to confront the longer-term challenges of growing structural deficit gaps between ongoing revenues and ongoing expenditures, annually increasing California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, pension obligation payments, and the rising cost of business as usual are projected to outpace modest revenue growth. The need to address major infrastructure maintenance and replacement is increasing. These challenges require constant focus on enhancing ongoing revenue sources and managing ongoing expenses. The fiscal year 2019-20 proposed budget enables the city to be well poised for these continuing longer-term challenges. And at that, I'll turn the rest of the presentation over to Assistant City Manager Hines.
Good evening. Mayor Vadalos, members of the Pacifica City Council, Assistant City Manager Lorenzo Hines. We pick it up from page 4 of your slide presentation. And for those following at home, we are summarizing what's on packet page 534. As you can see that both our revenues and our expenditures in the general fund are $36,124,000 for fiscal year 2019-20. And again, that's $36,124,000 on both sides of the ledger. This is a budget, so it represents a plan. These revenue estimates are our best estimates of revenues, and these expenses are our best estimate of what the upcoming expenses will be. On page 5 of the slide deck, I've presented the pie chart that lays out our general fund revenues, and to show you that property taxes and department program revenues make up the bulk of our revenues. On the expense side, public safety is more than 50% of our budget, and that's consistent throughout the years, and that's consistent through other cities as well. The budget itself is composed of ongoing expenditures and revenues of $34 million, general fund one-time revenues and expenses of $717,000, the use of ERAF funding, $436,000. We're anticipating grants of $160,000. We're also intending to use one-time existing general fund cash balance of $660,000. That's our total general fund budget. And then we factor in the appropriations from the other fund budgets. And by the way, the other fund budgets are on packet page 542, and which lays out all the detail with those funds. And the wastewater enterprise fund is the biggest of the remaining funds, and which comes in at a total of 19.7 million, and the remaining funds of about 13.5 million. So we are submitting to council for their review and approval a total operating and capital budget of $69,339,000. And as City Manager Woodhouse mentioned earlier in our presentation, that there are 3 objectives. The first objective is to determine whether or not council wants to include one-time funding for the 1-year limited term position. The second objective is to adopt $505,000 from the Roy Davies Trust Fund, and because of the provisions of that trust fund, we need at least a 4/5 vote. And third, we would move to adopt the budget and the remaining budget or the total budget of $69,339,000. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, so procedurally, we're going to discuss item number 1 first. Take them separately.
You can just discuss them all together, or you can take them separately, whatever your preference is.
Mayor, I'm just suggesting this, is that being one of the first items we're going to decide is one of the 4 things that the city managers mentioned. Maybe we should have public comment first, before we start discussing it.
We've discussed the budget probably 6 meetings, but so.
Public.
Does everyone agree to go to public comment first?
Sure.
Okay, so we have quite a few cards, so we're going 2 minutes. So we have Chris Redfield, followed by Gail Benton Schumacher, and Margot Meeman.
Good evening, staff, council. I want to address the exchange by council that happened at the June 10th meeting. In my opinion, it was unprofessional and it was unproductive. We all have passion. That's why we're all here. The unbecoming exchange was over a proposed hiring of a temporary analysis position who would focus on specific projects currently piled on existing staff. The idea is to free up precious staff time to get priority goals completed in a much shorter timeline. The analysis position, as put forth in the memorandum, is for a 1-year period at $125,000. Given the scope of work expected to be accomplished, I cannot see how 1 year would be enough time. Mr. Woodhouse clarified the position can only be extended by a vote of council. A valid point was also made that positions like these are extended or made permanent. Another point was made that $125,000 was a drop in the bucket. Within the projected budget of $36 million before you, this may be true percentage-wise. It was also pointed out that many cities have climate and solid waste staff to enact and manage these programs. Pacifica does not have that financial luxury. The goals set by council must be prioritized within our means. It's okay to have lofty expectations, but to say this must be done simultaneously, along with the major current challenges we face, is unrealistic. Staff must feel like they're in a production of Beach Blanket Babylon most days, given many of the hats that they are required to wear. This does not lead to timely, positive outcomes. To be honest, I cannot see how a qualified applicant would take this position knowing potentially they will be unemployed in 12 months. It generally takes 2 to 3 months to get up to fully up to speed given the scope, and the last 3 months are spent looking for another job. In my opinion, we need a more pragmatic, not idealistic approach to what can reasonably be accomplished with our limited financial human resources.
Gail Benton Schumacher, Margot, Amy Kaplan.
Gail Benton Shoemaker. I want to say that Pacifica is special because of our environment. Clearly, our environment is at risk. And I am here to support the sustainability coordinator. I've been very impressed with the sustainability coordinator in Daly City and all they've achieved. I think that there are lots of pressing issues right now that need to be addressed. City staff is stretched thin, and I think it's an excellent idea. Also, sometimes you need to spend money in order to find out about more money. I think there are lots of philanthropic and governmental dollars that can help with the environment, help with sustainability. Our environment is our future, so I'm asking you to support this position. On a side note, I feel that trees also have been proven to fight climate change, and I'm against the fee for heritage tree appeals.
Thank you. You have another minute.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
It's confusing, those
I know.
beats. Okay. So recently there was something on the front page of the Tribune showing a heritage tree that was saved. And if there was such a fee, I think it would discourage citizens from appealing heritage trees. I think that the tree ordinance is not always followed from things that I hear, and I think it's very important to keep that open to all citizens.
Thank you. Margot, then Amy, then Gloria.
Hi, my name is Margot Myman, and I'm here in support of the management analyst position, and I appreciate you listening to all of us with our various opinions. So I'd like to base my comments on a letter that was published just today, June 24th, by a coalition of medical groups. And so on the one hand, this letter has a healthcare focus, and this is not a healthcare group here. And on the other hand, this letter is primarily about climate change. So those two caveats. We're not here to talk about healthcare. Climate change is only a part of sustainability, but many parts of this letter have to do specifically with this sustainability coordinator position. So this letter is called a U.S. Call to Action on Climate, Health, and Equity, a policy action agenda. It's a coalition of 74 medical groups, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, American Medical Association, Harvard Chan School of Public Health. It states climate change is the greatest public health challenge of the 21st century. We call on government, businesses, civil society leaders, elected officials to recognize climate change as a health emergency and to work across government agencies, et cetera. One of the specific things they talk about is to establish ambitious goals for building efficiency, which is part of the climate action plan. Part of the sustainability coordinator's position would be to be going after grants, the rebates from PG&E, Peninsula Clean Energy. So the position of the outlay of $125,000, there's potential to go after more funding. There's an action item here to emphasize active transportation, shifting from driving to active modes of travel, walking, bicycling, public transit. These are all mentioned in...
Thank you. Your time's up.
Oh, wow, that went really fast.
I know. Amy, and then Gloria, and then Margaret.
Hi, my name is Amy Kaplan. I live in the landslide zone. I'm here to support the budget proposal for the sustainability coordinator. A growing number of local and national governments have already declared a global climate emergency around the planet, and even Pope Francis himself has declared a global climate emergency last week. The four national governments are the United Kingdom, France, Ireland, and Canada. Over 600 local governments in the following countries have joined the movement to make a formal declaration of a global climate emergency, acknowledging the existential crisis for humanity. Austria, Germany, Italy, New Zealand, Switzerland, Czech Republic, Australia, Belgium, Portugal, Spain, and some places in the United States. Right here in California, the following cities have declared a global climate emergency. Cities and counties: Alameda, Berkeley, Cupertino, Chico, Davis, Fairfax, Hayward, Oakland, Petaluma, Richmond, San Francisco, and Santa Cruz, and Los Angeles is currently drafting their declaration. So while I have little hope that this council at this time would join the ranks of forward-thinking governments and Pope Francis in declaring a global climate emergency, I'm asking the council to do two things. Approve funding for the Sustainability Coordinator so the Pacifica can update our climate action plan, and to reach out to all these other cities in California and to find out why they have declared a global climate emergency. Find out why. Thank you.
Gloria, followed by Margaret, and then Tom. I should say their full name.
Good evening, City Council members and staff. My name's Gloria Stofan, longtime homeowner and resident of Pacifica. The issue of hiring for 1 year a sustainability coordinator is something that I thought I would never have to think about or hear in Pacifica. I looked at our beautiful ocean and think about clean air, clean water. Certainly much has changed these last few years. Now, all I hear are stories on the firestorms, the whales washing up on our shores dead, sick and malnourished seals, and sea level rise. We are living the climate change. It's real. Pacifica cannot continue to stick their heads in the sand, nor can the city be short-sighted in regards to this reality. Think of the homes and the apartments that have fallen into the ocean. I feel very strongly that a coastal city such as Pacifica needs a sustainable coordinator. To prepare a climate action plan, to serve as a liaison to ecology, public works, water department, to transit agencies, assist with updating and/or development of administrative policies. These are naming a few of the tasks the coordinator would do. Please consider how important this position will be for the betterment of our community. It's only for a year, hoping maybe 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Goodall, Tom Edminster, and Stan Zeven.
Good evening again, Margaret Goodale. Granted that different people define the term sustainability differently, my definition is nothing less than the survival of our city into the future. To me, that's what sustainability means. Certainly, that survival includes economic stability, but we are not isolated from the rest of the world. We must survive within the context of sustaining the world that we, all of us, know and love. We can contribute our small part, all of us, council included, toward solutions that will help limit the effects of climate disruption. We're lucky here at the edge of the continent that we have information and a bit of time and can minimize our risks. Let's also pursue minimizing our negative impacts on the planet, which then will help to maximize our Pacifica future. All of our staff is tasked now to look after the sustainability of Pacifica in one way or another. They're doing it. But a management analyst, sustainability coordinator whose focus will be sustainability in the broadest sense will be a valuable asset to the city. I want this city to remain sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, then Stan, then Tiger Jazz Big Stick.
Thank you, council members and members of the public. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, your patience, and the thought and detail that went into the preparation of the budget. I've looked at budgets a lot of my adult life, both for the school I worked in San Francisco's district-wide budgets, and for years, this city's budget, which is thin and I think well-managed. Let me backdrop. I'm 64. I just turned 64. When I was 14, Most Saturdays I spent at a bin on formerly San Pedro Road at Ecology Action of Pacifica smashing glass. Not to get out my aggressions, but because I believed in recycling rather than tossing in landfill. We're actually a society built on waste and more waste. And people act it out every day, and stalwarts get awards for cleaning up what blows through. The modest contribution of a one-year dedicated staff person to sustainability seems modest, proactive, and in the public interest. Y'all are mandated to act on behalf of the public interest, not just emotion. Clearly, the assistant city manager's list and the city manager's list and the planning department's lists of tasks and responsibilities are long and involve a lot of follow-up on detail. I think this modest commitment will show a policy commitment to sustainability of this town, of the quality of life of people in it. There's a lot of data to continue to examine, including some produced from Coastal Commission funds recently, which some people would like to ignore. However, having access to continuing funding, involving as many citizens as possible, at looking at data is extremely important.
Thank you, Tom.
This funding
Thank
for
you,
the
Tom.
staff, I heard you.
Stan, Tiger, and Cynthia Kaufman.
Hello again, Stan Zeven. As we all know, the City Council has already passed a climate action plan in 2014. Now it can be argued that with what one small city does to combat climate change would have very little effect on the world. We're just one of many cities and groups attempting to deal with the effects of climate change. By acting, we are a small part of a much larger whole, showing what can be done and slowly educating people. As such, what we are doing is very important. I understand the arguments against the short-term hiring of a sustainability coordinator. However, in the face of what present-day and future sea level rise and new library, infrastructure issues, etc., will cost our city, the one-time $125,000 seems a very small price to pay to forward our city's fight for sustainability. My fear is that with an already stressed city staff, the CAP will disappear under the heavy workload. I urge the City Council to fund the one-year hiring of a sustainability coordinator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tiger, Cynthia, followed by Carol Fragley.
Hi everyone, I'm Tiger Jazz Big Stick of Pacifica. I'm in favor of the sustainability coordinator within the context of a presumption that all the work on the list is going to get done. Here's the metaphor. In my job, I know how to cash lottery tickets. My chief role is as a supervisor of a major chunk of the operation. My job is to make sure that all the checkers, all the courtesy clerks are managed, they're all doing what they're supposed to do. I'm keeping track of the times of breaks, of lunches. I'm making sure that fundraising announcements are made every 15 minutes off the top of my head while serving customers, answering questions of whoever is next to me asking them, looking over my shoulder constantly, and I know how to cash lottery tickets. But usually I'm not cashing lottery tickets. There's somebody over there who knows how to do that task specifically. They do other things aside from lottery tickets. I can jump in if it's slow enough. Business in Pacifica is not slow enough that we can afford for our assistant city manager to be cashing the lottery tickets, Public Works to be cashing the lottery tickets, the planning department to be cashing the lottery tickets. These are all places where we could use as much bandwidth as possible because we have major things on the horizon. We need somebody who can cash the lottery tickets. We're talking about short-term investment for long-term gains, a one-time expenditure. I trust y'all to be disciplined enough to be able to come back in a year and say either, yes, this worked famously, or no, let's not do this again. And I think that it came to you as a part of a completely balanced budget. I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Kaufman, Carol Fragley, and then Cindy Abbott.
I wanted to start by saying how impressed I am with the professionalism of our staff. There have been times when our budgets have been really complicated and hard to understand and things like that, and it just seems like things are moving to a really great level around here. I work with, I said this before, the Pacifica Climate Committee. We worked really hard on the Climate Action Plan. There are some really wonderful things in there. We were delighted to see climate as a priority this year in the goal setting, and very delighted to see this position. As other people have said, it seems very important to take some of the stress off of staff to do some of the things that are important to be done. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that I'm on this stakeholder advisory board of the Transit Authority, and we're working on issues having to do with the dispersal of Measure W funds. And there's a lot of money in there for some really great things. And if we have time in our city to be able to have somebody put forward proposals and things like that, we're likely to get some really good things. We have one more minute. And you know, we were talking earlier about elders and not being able to, serving elder folks well in this town, and I do think good public transportation is part of that. Good public transportation is part of getting rid of traffic. And so if we can get more transit dollars, there are a lot of great things that a sustainability coordinator can do, but the one that I'm the most excited about actually is transit and going after transit dollars, and I think we'll probably save more than we spend on that position, and it's really forward-looking. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Fregley, Cindy Abbott, and Cynthia Knowles.
Hi, I'm Carol Fregley. I live in Rockaway Beach. And first of all, I want to thank the City Council for, as elected officials, looking out for the safety and the well-being of the residents of Pacifica. And I know, despite your opinions that may sometimes be in conflict, you all have our best interests at heart, and I appreciate that. The Sustainability Coordinator position, I think, would be a great investment, because if that person can bring money back into the city in the form of grants and things like that, and if that person can interface with other sustainability people in the county and throughout the state, they might be able to actually make your jobs easier. Having listened to the last agenda item and walking by all the signs that are out here that say no retreat, I kind of understand that the climate change is coming to us, whether we want to accept it or not. Whatever will make it easier for you to make the right decisions seems like a good investment. If this position can do that for you, I would think the money spent would be well spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Abbott, Cynthia Knowles, and Celeste Sangio.
Hi there. I'm also in favor of this position. For a city to get its work done, particularly a city with a limited budget and a lot of project-based activity, we need to be nimble and think outside of the box. And I didn't go back and look at what meeting it was, if it was out of the goal-setting session, but City Manager requested the flexibility to be able to hire for personnel for short-term projects just like this. And City Council thought that that was a good approach to look and to try. So I think this is a great way to start to see, is this a way that we can move forward this long backload of projects that we have on the plate of city staff? The position looks to be well structured. I think it would be really exciting for somebody to come in. There will be candidates that want this job that's structured like this. It would be a great proving ground to get somebody's feet into city government. And who knows, maybe at some time there will be a permanent position. Not just this one, but maybe something else in the a position that exists today that is full-time that this can move into. They can do the research and get the programs up and running that right now would take someone else that is on staff so much time to do. So I hope that you'll go ahead and approve this tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Cindy. Cynthia Knowles, Celeste Langio, and then Lynn Adams.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for considering this position. Much appreciated. I'm here to express strong support for budgeting a one-year sustainability coordinator to initiate work on the council-approved goal of environmental sustainability. I urge the council to hear out the city staff. At the last city council meeting, I did hear that the sustainability coordinator's role was basically reduced to being about garbage. And I would say that the job description is highly focused on climate action plan development and implementation, as well as waste-related issues. Reducing sustainability to garbage is very misleading, very misleading. For example, some of the items, the job description is, pack it in, pack it out. A pack it in, pack it out pilot is not a full-time job. Pacifica is finally embracing it. No need to reinvent the wheel. I've seen many coastal cities along the East Coast adopt this very successfully. Also, you have an army of volunteers ready to partner with the city. And a green purchasing policy, many cities and counties have already proactively reduced waste and chemical product use. So many policy models exist. Green purchasing saves money as well. And finally, it's necessary to point out that the job description did not include an item to recruit businesses to compost and recycle. We know that we already do that here in Pacifica, but it does include promoting compliance of the city's new plastic ware ordinance. Also, I have to finish with very much in support of promoting improved transit. It's critical to reducing congestion.
Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you. Celeste, Lynn, and then Sue Degree.
Good evening again, Celeste Langeal. I want to thank staff for their work on the budget. And I also support this position of sustainability coordinator as recommended by staff. The City Council has adopted various goals, including environmental sustainability and implementing the Climate Action Plan. And for these goals to be met, Council must provide the necessary resources to accomplish these goals. Currently, staff is stretched thin and cannot make significant progress on these goals without additional resources. Limited staffing with a one-time modest expenditure is a proactive, responsible approach. While I understand some council members' concerns that this expenditure will take away from other needed programs, and in fact the opposite is true, it'll free up staff's time and it will allow the staff person to apply for important grant money and leverage city resources. Climate change requires dedicated focus and attention that current staff are not able to provide. Failure to approve this modest one-time request will set us back on critical tasks such as updating and implementing the Climate Action Plan. I was part of the Climate Action Plan Task Force, and it was approved in 2014, but not much work has been done. So please support the staff and support this one-year sustainability coordinator position. Fiscal and economic viability are of utmost importance, but the city can work on these goals and issues simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Adams, and then Sue Degree's the final card.
I too support a sustainability coordinator that has an opportunity to take a lot of things off of staff's plate. For instance, the plasticware ordinance that we have would probably already be enacted and be in force at this time if we had a sustainability coordinator. I think that a lot of the stuff that the staff has to do diverts from their specialties and from their roles, and that they deserve a little bit of help. But Pacifica is environmental enough to care and should have a sustainability person full-time forever. It's wonderful to watch what they've been able to do in Millbrae and some of the places where there are sustainability coordinators. So I highly recommend that we approve that, put it into the budget for this year, and it looks like a very good budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue, you're the final card.
Good evening. So everything that was said so far is absolutely excellent. I think this is a prudent budget, and this is a very prudent move. It allows the city to be competitive And that's one of the main things. If you have no other reason for that, it is competitive in getting money. And all the issues that are listed on the priorities, keeping pace. I remember we wanted to deal with the general plan. I wish we had moved a little bit more forcefully on that. We don't always have an opportunity like this to get added support so that staff can be more concentrated on what you may perceive as bigger responsibilities. And October through December was a killer for council and staff. So I beg you to relieve yourselves, especially staff, of that, because you want the quality of work to be timely and really quality that they want to do. So I really appreciate it if you do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the council. It is 10:54. So would someone like to make a motion that we have actually these 3 items?
I move that we continue the meeting so we can continue discussion on this item. Well, how long do we have to put into the motion? 2 hours, an hour, till
No,
11?
whatever time we want.
I thought there was a set thing.
No.
So it's 10 now?
No, it's 11.
Oh.
So it's midnight?
What time
midnight?
is it in Spain?
Okay.
Midnight.
Okay.
Midnight.
Okay, so
I'll
it was
second.
moved and seconded to extend the meeting to midnight. Please vote. And that passes 5-0. So we'll bring it back to council for council deliberation. Mary?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd really like to talk about this position. So I attended the Transportation Authority Strategic Planning meeting, and I think that this position can actually increase the economic development of our city. So there's money that's coming down from Measure W that's already allotted to our city, but because our pavement index is so low, that money has to be used directly for that. And then there's all these other pots of money that if we have plans and we have the relationships, that we can actually apply for these monies. And I think it's really important to understand that we don't want it all to fall on Mr. Bautista, because he does a lot of work, right? So not just serving as a liaison to Samtrans to promote ride and bike transportation project. It's so much more than just being a liaison. It's creating those relationships, making the plans, applying for grants. And again, I think it can really add to the economic development of our city. And I just have one question, if that's okay. It says that if we don't do this and the $125,000 be put in the general fund cash balance for consultant assistance if necessary to continue progress on council priorities. So how much does a consultant cost these days?
125.
No, that's just a reference to say that, you know, we, depending on the project, the task that may need to be done on any of the council goals throughout the year, if we didn't specifically budget for that, then if this had returned to the general fund cash balance, but was reserved to be able to be used for that, it might be a $10,000 consultant contract on a particular task. I mean, it just varies. It could be a $50,000 task, in which case the council that would be brought to the council for approval, given our purchasing authority guidelines. So it just varies to say that, you know, other than the use for this money that's being recommended here, it hasn't been identified for a different specific use, and throughout the year we might have other specific uses for the money.
Right, because our staff still needs the help, regardless. And so I think that's what I was getting at, that this position can actually help our staff, relieve them so that they can work on all the other things, and then bring in economic development to our city. So I'm all for it.
Deirdre.
So I'm curious to see if Councilmember Beckmeyer has been privy to any of the discussion that we had 2 weeks ago on this subject, and it was a very contentious debate. We were split right down the middle, and we left it with the direction it's going to come back to us anyway. So it was obvious at that meeting that you're probably going to be the final vote unless anyone's mind has changed this evening. Some of the things that I'd like you to remember, and all of us to remember here tonight, is that we, in is the city manager's job to make sure that he upholds the council goals and tries his best to get it done. On March 9th, we all agreed to a set of goals that we were going to approve. On April 25th, we all approved those goals. Number 9, which was complete an update to the climate action plan and continue implementation of measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including evaluating whether to form a city climate action committee. So we approved that. We also approved at that same meeting, or gave direction on 10 budget strategies. One of the budget strategies that since April 25th, the city manager, the assistant city manager has developed every single plan according to was our direction to consider this one-time use of limited term staffing. Okay, and it was specifically for, at the city manager's recommendation, environmental sustainability such as climate action implementation, and climate litter reduction strategies. So that was from March to April to May 25th when we discussed a little bit more in detail planning department's budget, in which that was a factor in it because it was a budget strategy. We all said, yes, this is still one of the strategies. Maybe there was a discussion at one point, but there was never any blatant objection. So then last meeting, there was a very obvious objection to this, and that was 2 months later, so, or, a month and a half later. So that's kind of concerning to me, that we're tasking the city manager with something that was impossible in a month and a half because we're going to shoot him down anyway. And that's just, I think everyone who came here tonight said everything that I said a couple weeks ago. Maybe it was unprofessional, Chris, I agree. I apologize for my loss of diplomacy, but I do not apologize for my passion. I just feel like we are in a crisis situation here, and $125,000 is a drop in the bucket. So I just wanted everyone up here to remember all those things that we charge the city staff with, and also give you a little bit more insight into the discussion. And I wanted to hear if you had any questions about it, really.
Are you asking me personally if I had any questions about it?
Yeah, if you had listened to the discussion and if you had any questions.
I watched
like why
the
we were
tape,
thinking
I reviewed the meeting, and I understand how the discussion proceeded when I was not here on June 10th. In regard to your reiteration of the steps that have gone on since goal setting, one of the things we had a conversation about, I'm not going to get into it in a big way now, but I just want to remind you that we had a very slight conversation on touching on the issue of passion and being passionate and how that manifests in our work together. It wasn't a big discussion item, but it was definitely a point, you may recall.
At the goal setting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So what is?
So I just want to state that I think as some of the speakers have said, we're all passionate. It manifests in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everybody I've spoken to has indicated strong commitment to work together, to find common ground, to find common solutions. I think we've seen councils recently and over time be very polar and be very unproductive because of that. It's certainly a goal of mine on behalf of 38,000 plus citizens to work together and make the best decisions for Pacifica. We're challenged to do that a lot. It's usually in the context of, so pick what I want. You have to make the best decisions for Pacifica. And it usually has to do with a narrow view of what that is, because we're all passionate. So I believe that our council goals, I've believed for years that the council goals are ridiculous in terms of what is reasonable and yet somehow this staff, as we spoke earlier about when we were talking about PB&R and Public Works, because they're passionate, somehow this staff pulls together and gets the job done. Somehow this town pulls together and gets the job done. Not for the least of which reason is our extreme level of volunteerism in Pacifica. So when I first looked at that bulleted list of items in this proposed position, my thinking was that some of these things are being undertaken by volunteer citizens already. There's commitment to doing that. And, you know, working at the school district, I can tell you, we survive by having volunteers. Volunteers get engaged because they care. So I feel that the level of what is expected of our staff is very high. The amount of work we expect them to turn out is inordinate, considering they have to do all the items that are below the water surface, you know, that graphic about the iceberg and all that, you know, like police the streets and fix things and trim trees and all of the above. So what I'm trying to say is, I do get that our staff is stretched. We certainly hear about that a lot. And I would like to say that I think there are priorities in addition to the sustainability and the way that this is written, stating specifically environmental sustainability. I can see a need for a broader description of what the management analyst would be working on. I feel that some of the points that have been made by people making comment and by co-counsel had to do with economic development. I recall the first time that we did have a discussion about this position, Councilmember O'Neill brought up, why don't we have a fiscal sustainability coordinator? And to my way of thinking and my recollection of the iteration of dates back from March 9th, that was an expression of concern about other very valuable priorities for the city. So what I would like to have my co-council members consider is a possibility of slightly changing the wording that describes this position such that it would not be strictly focused on environmental sustainability, but could also include planning policies and economic development, so that since the position reports to the city manager, the resource can be deployed where it is most needed at that time. We have a huge job before us with our general plan update, our local coastal plan update, and our specific plan for West Sharp Park, including a parking study. Observing what happened when we tried to do just sea level rise adaptation, that was the one thing. These are 4 things. My concern is that those are also very high priorities this year. We have a very clear timeline and deadline for that. And I would hope that we would have the flexibility with a position like a management analyst to utilize the skills and abilities there as well as in regard to environmental sustainability. That's all I have for now.
If I could just say, and I think that my perception of this position actually does all of those things. You know, it'll create the plans that are necessary to apply for the grants, for the money, for the transportation dollars, which covers, you know, part of the sustainability position. So again, I want to reiterate how important I think that is, and how attending the Transportation Authority meeting really kind of enlightened me to how much work goes in to actually creating all of those plans and getting the grants. And when I see that it's our staff who's burdened by that, it would be really great for them to have a little help. So.
Mike?
I don't disagree with any of the statements people made. I do think we have a climate crisis. I do believe in sea level rise. And I do think it, however, and if the city was flush with money, I really would not have a problem funding this. Maybe even 2 positions. However, I'm looking at the long-term financial plan, which we got from Lorenzo in February. And it's showing that next year, 2021, we could be looking at a deficit of $22,170,000. 19 and 20, he's been able to balance the book, $1,092,000. And then in 21, 22, $1,924,000. And the latest figures that he just gave us tonight show we'd probably be finishing the 18-19 year budget with a potential $185,000 surplus. So $185,000, that's 5/1,000%. So he's pretty accurate there. I agree that I asked staff to give us a staffing comparison to likewise cities, and our planning is understaffed, building is understaffed, public works is understaffed, information technology, human resources are all understaffed, and according to comparable cities. Police, Chief Steidel gave us a very long explanation, but if you look at that, that's like 40% understaffed. And I think that is, a big concern of mine. But I am concerned is that if this is approved tonight, we do have a policy, ERAF is not supposed to pay for salaries, it's for one-time expenditures. That next year, ERAF might be less. The state cuts budget to schools, that means our ERAF will be less. And I think we could just be having the same conversation next year. Do we continue to fund this position or not? As good as I think the position would do and what it can do for Pacifica. But I am very concerned at us being able to consider and maintain the service level solvency we have in our citizens would like and have had in their experience. And that's the main reason I have big concerns about that. We have people, applying for building licenses that, over a year, you have before they get it. I think there's some major concerns that staff does have. And maybe I'd like to get in regards to Council Member Beckmeyer's, I maybe would like to hear the city manager give us a report on how he would change some of not all of it, because some, just as Mary said, I think that is valid too, the transit grants, et cetera, maybe if he could give us we obey this part of the discussion pending another job description from the city manager based on what everybody said here. Otherwise I'm really reluctant to take and fund the position, because we finished this year 185,000 surplus, very lucky because we had a fairly mild winter, a lot of rain, but a fairly mild winter in terms of storms. Are we going to be so lucky next year? So.
Okay. The drop in the bucket, I don't think this is a drop in the bucket. I think it's large. There was an item where we talked about adding $5 for a swimming fee that would increase Pacifica's revenue by $5,000. So why were we talking about that? And then we say that $125,000 is a drop in the bucket. Grants, great. Money coming in, that's great. All the staff needs help. Every one of the staff needs help. I don't think limiting this to just climate issues is prudent for the city. I think a financial sustainability coordinator would be great to help with economic development, to help with the budget, all the things that we need that will bring us money. I harp on this all the time, I know, but the marijuana dispensaries, if they could get up and running after 3 years of going through this, maybe we would have the income so that we could afford a financial and a climate sustainability coordinator. But we need to get them going, and planning does so many projects. The climate action plan, people said it's been since 2014. That is a short time. Our general plan, our LCP from the 80s, and they're talking about 2014. I think that can wait longer. I'm not a climate denier. I keep telling people that. I agree that at some point there is going to be sea level rise, but I don't see it tomorrow or the next day. And right now I think that Pacifica needs financial stability more than we need climate stability. Our restaurants are complying very well with the things that we've taken to them. We've done a lot of climate issues, and I think we need financial.
I think we already have a financial, we have an economic development coordinator, director, right? I'm just pointing that out, that we actually do have someone on staff who's in charge of all that.
Correct. But planning is the one thing I keep saying.
Yeah.
And bringing more business to town is the economic development.
Right.
Getting this marijuana done so that we can have income. The Airbnb issue, so that we have more income. Getting this hotel done so that we have income from that. Then we can do all these other projects that we want to do.
It's just such a separate topic to me, because none of that is looking at the sustainability of our climate. And
I just want to clarify, I'm not suggesting that this position wouldn't work on the climate action plan, which seems to be the greatest time-consuming portion of this position. I'm just saying this position, as I envision it, could be a bit of this, a bit of that, and be able to be deployed by the city manager as needed. It could be a 3-month project, it could be, I'm not sure, but I feel like the planning department is going to need additional resources as they undertake and continue to move through those 4 big projects I mentioned before. And having our Home for All has been a project unto itself that, is something that prevents planning from being able to focus strictly on the general plan update, the local coastal program, et cetera. So it may be for the first half of the year, they work on this, and the second half of the year, they work on that. I agree with you, Deirdre. It is the city's manager's position and job to organize that and figure out how to get it all done. I'm just suggesting that
I hope you agree.
the resource could be applied to more than one thing.
So I don't have any debate left in me. I think the intelligent people spoke for themselves. I think I'm saying the intelligent people who showed up here this evening spoke for themselves. So I don't need to say anything that hasn't already been said. So take what you want from that. But I do believe if you decline this position, and I know I won't change your mind, this will be your legacy. And I know you're not climate change deniers. I know that because you signed on to a letter to Gavin Newsom to start the phasing out of oil in the state of California. And I appreciate that, and I'm thankful for that. And there was a full-page ad in the Sacramento Bee with the 3 of our names on it. Thank you. I know you're not climate deniers, but this is going to be your legacy. So turn it down tonight or make a better recommendation, but I don't agree either way.
I want my legacy here to be changing zoning on top of buildings so that we can add more housing, so that we can have housing on top of our shopping centers. That's a huge issue.
I agree.
So that we could raise the height limits. To me, that is so more important because it meets our number one item, which is housing and affordable housing. And if we keep going, doing all this for climate, maybe we could have a person who works on that. That's my thing. Maybe not everybody else.
Well, and so how can we come together to include it? Like, because we still need to include the sustainability part into this. So how can we do that together?
I would just like to make the suggestion that I think the city manager has heard us all talk, and I don't know if he needs more guidance or whatever, but maybe ask the city manager to come back with another job description as to what he sees is how time would be allocated by this individual, and we just move forward with everything else, but hold this in abeyance. That's my suggestion.
If I'm trying to synthesize some of the comments, and there's a couple, pieces of information that I'd like to share for the council. One is that just in terms of process, that take out, environmental sustainability or economic development or what have you. The sort of resource loading analysis, the staff needs analysis that we have to go through, that I want to go through to fulfill the council's goals, is a balancing act of areas of expertise versus just pure intelligent staff time that's available. And on the whole, in looking at the council goals, there are a lot of planning related goals there, and I have technical, intelligent planning staff that are trained to do that. Planning also has, as per the council's approval last year, a 2-year limited term staff position that is assisting in their efforts. So that same strategy was applied to planning last year. I have economic development expertise, and I have financial expertise. I have engineering expertise in public works that relates to operational design of conducting trash pickups and all of that. So it's a balance of the expertise needed with just pure hour kind of capacity of reasonably high level staff. And also in that analysis is, what is the feasibility going to be for this recruitment? When we go out and recruit for this position, to get this balance of expertise that's needed for this. So based on sort of that assessment, the expertise gaps that staff identified related to a lot of the sustainability tasks. And again, I've said this before, but to remind the council, I'm very familiar with those because in my previous 2 organizations, I evaluated those and worked on those and, hired staff related to those. The council is completely right. We can use, and as our staffing analysis shows, we can use more planning staff, we can use more finance staff, we can use more economic development staff, we can use more public works staff, we can use staff everywhere, including more generalist management analysts in the city manager's office. If I could have 2 of those, I'd love that, because we would get a lot of good work done faster than we're doing now. So I just wanted to offer that perspective that it's a real balancing act. And so tying that into, there's more work here listed
on all of this and factoring in transit-related things and grant writing and, bringing in all the, everyone commented from the audience about how this position could bring in more money. I'm not going to guarantee that. We might have more of a chance of bringing in more money, through grants and such, but I can't guarantee that. We'll have more capacity to submit for grants. But there's more to do here than one management analyst will be able to do. And so would spreading the analyst tasks through multiple areas of expertise benefit the city? Absolutely. Any staff for 1 year, for 6 months, for 2 years, whatever, is going to help us in delivering the projects. Will having a person who has sustainability experience or is really motivated about that field and interested in this position, and if we were to hire them, an analyst at that level, they will help get progress done, and they will also relieve some pressure on the other departments. So I know it's just this balancing act of all of that, and more capacity will help. And if the council's, what I would recommend is if the council was leaning towards, let's evaluate this position a little more on what it's really going to do. Let's assess the feasibility of the scope of its work. We can do that. After budget adoption, the staff needs to go off and we develop more specific work plans to implement the council's goals. And while we're doing that, we can be thinking about how can a management analyst help here and there and everywhere, and bring that back to the council. The one caveat that I would provide on that is that there's a lot of expectations being laid upon this management analyst. And so I'd want to manage that to say, this person is going to help us, this person is going to help Public Works, this person is going to help planning, this person is going to help Lorenzo and me for all of the council goals that we have to do. But I would want to manage that I'm, being able to hire the super analyst that's going to get everything done is not, I can't guarantee that either. So I don't know where that leaves the council's recommendation, but when I looked at delivering the council goals, the expertise gaps that I saw related to mostly the environmental sustainability tasks in the goals list. And that's what drove that limited term staff person budget strategy related to environmental sustainability. But I'm happy to push it off for now and bring it back later. In the meantime, we're going to need to be implementing our environmental sustainability actions that have already been directed by the council, and so other tasks may slow down while we're doing that.
So did I hear you say that you're willing to look at this and bring it back?
I'm willing to do whatever the council's majority direction is to be done.
I think that's a great idea.
Could use a housing analyst. I mean, there's so many things that we have never even discussed, like the bee issue. I mean, yeah, the bees.
I think that.
I know, yeah.
So is the suggestion to send the city manager back, do a little more analysis, maybe revise the job description, come back with a little bit more of a broader description, and it sounds like some of the climate stuff will just be moved around between the existing planning staff? And then we revise this job description to help them out more?
I think just see what he comes back with, basically.
That would be my guess, but
Yeah.
I agree with Mike. We have to see what he comes back with. And I think, while I respect that it is his job to get it done, it's our job to direct where the priorities are. And so I think what I would want to have a conversation about at some point, some kind of way, is where are those priorities on this ginormous list? And I know that, for each of us, those priorities are probably in a slightly different place. But we have to look at where They are for us as a community in terms of the work plan that we have before us for 1920. And how are we going to make sure we get all that done so that we can continue and have even more staffing going forward. And I have to say one other thing about sustainability. One of the things I've learned so many times working in the school district is it's unsustainable when you use one-time money for ongoing expenses. And we've had that lesson numerous times. So I respect your comments, Mike, but I really want to say that the very nature of this job as devised is not an ongoing commitment. It's an annual re-up. It's just like in the school district when we didn't have enough funds to hire ongoing tenured teachers, the temporary contracts were given. Right. They weren't great, it wasn't ideal. We got teachers, they got hired, kids got taught. And so I don't think we won't, I think we'll be able to find people who are willing to work in this context, because this is the only context we can offer when we're funding it with ERAF or short-term dollars.
So I think we have 3 people that are willing to have you come back and flesh it out a little bit more. Am I counting right?
So do we need to make a motion and ask for that? How do we proceed? Michelle?
Yeah, I would say that you'd need at least a motion to get clear direction to the city manager on what you want him to do.
Okay. Recommended action.
Want me to do it?
Yeah, go.
I move that the city manager come back to the council with a more detailed job description in regards to the management analyst. And we just hold the $125,000 in abeyance.
If I could add, one of the things we were going to make sure to clarify is in recommendation number 3 about adopting the budget is if the $125,000 is not included in that budget, then we need to revise that motion to decrease it by 125. So one of the options here is for the council to leave it in there pending the future decision about what the position's going to work on.
I'm okay with that, but.
And
Yes.
then item
Yes.
3, then the numbers, the budget numbers would remain the same.
We don't want to go through a whole change.
I agree with that. And I think I'm not going to amend your motion, but the word you used that I think I would like to know more when you bring it back is generalist, and how you see a core skill set that can be deployed and applied as needed, including the climate action plan. That is, I know, a high priority. I get that from a lot of places, including co-counsel.
No, including our goals, not me.
Well, including the passionate way in which it was expressed by some of the council members at the June 10th meeting.
Okay, so I will withdraw my motion. There was no second. We can include it in item number 3, except I do not want to vote to extend the pension bond from the water fund. I just really feel we're breaking faith with the citizens about that. So should I vote no on the entire budget, or should I just go abstain? Michelle has a look on her face like,
Well, I think we should just stick to issue number 1 for now.
Right.
So your motion actually,
I just withdrew it. There was
you
no
make
second.
another similar motion that virtually mirrors what you said before, except that you would want the $125,000 to remain in the budget to be specified exactly how it's to be used at a later date.
Right, well, my understanding was we were going to just adopt item number 3.
No, we're going
Oh.
to take each one separately.
Oh.
So we need, and the motion that
Okay,
you made
I
on
moved-
number 1 was fine, with the caveat that you wanted to retain the 125,000 in the budget so that it can be
Fleshed
more
out.
clearly specified and allocated at a later date.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote. And that passes 5-0. We're going to move on to number 2, which is the appropriation totaling $505,000 from the Roy Davies Trust
So
Fund.
I move to adopt a fiscal year 1920 appropriation totaling $505,000 from the Roy Davies Trust Fund by a 4/5 vote.
I second.
Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Now, item number 3.
3 is, I don't,
Oh, let's talk about what your issue is with the budget as proposed.
I think Denise was here when we talked about that. And basically what it is we have the loan we took from the wastewater treatment fund, and the wastewater fund, and we used that to pay some pension payments for, and this year, the stated amount per the agreement passed by council, whatever, 4 or 5 years ago, was we will pay $900,000, and the proposal from staff now is to extend the payment terms past the 2 years that it's due, I think to 5 years. Am I correct, Lorenzo? Yes. Yeah, to 5 years. And I just feel, I was on the council when we voted for that, and I just really feel we made a commitment, and that's that.
And so, and I was speaking with the city manager, and if this will work for you, what you could do is just note your concern with that particular item of the budget, and it wouldn't require you to vote no on the budget, but your concern with that particular issue would be noted and put into the minutes for the record.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to stop the whole budget. Okay.
Right.
So I'm okay with that then. So, Sarah, do you have my concerns noted? Okay, then. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah.
We move to adopt a resolution adopting the 2019-2020 annual operating and capital budget presented to council tonight with a general fund appropriation of $36,124,000 and an all funds appropriation of $69,339,000.
I second.
Please vote. That passes 5-0. And with that, we adjourn. Too late for a drink.
Nice work, Lorenzo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorenzo.
Thank you, Lorenzo.